It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is Saturday at 7:28 p.m. Eastern, and it is time for our stream, and it is time for Day 18 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. Specifically, today, what we are playing is this, Eberron Oracle of War, A Century of Ashes. And technically this is leading us into Season 2. It's a little bit transitional, and that's part of the reason that we're still using the Season 1 video. That and the fact that we don't quite have the Season 1 video yet ready yet. Almost. It will be here soon. But as a consequence of both of those things, we decided that we would reuse that video. But we are going to have a new video coming because we're going to be shifting scenery at some point today, and moving from the town of Salvation down to the great city city of towers known as Sharn, and we'll talk more about that when we get into the adventure today. Before we get there, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please make sure to check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube. And again, I want to thank everyone who has been subscribing and continued to subscribe to it. We're actually up to 1,015 subscribers now, which is great. We are in the middle of the monetization process from YouTube. All they need to do now is actually approve it, and that can take up to a month. So it's all automated. It's all normal stuff, but it means that there may be no movement on this for a few weeks, and we've done all that we can do, and now it's just waiting for them, but everything should be good to go. So thank you to everybody who made that possible. Again, thank you to Garlic Tofu for really pushing this, and thanks to everyone for having subbed, and if you haven't done so, please do so as we continue to move those numbers upward. !ArvCourt is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. That is always appreciated, and it's also appreciated as well if you can check out my Twitter, which is !ArvTweets, and you can join the now 1,209 other people that have decided to hear me pontificate about things, whether it's about my daughter at a basketball banquet, or whether it's about politics, or more often, whether it's about writing or teaching or gaming, game mastering, streaming, music, and stuff like that. And again, you can find that at !ArvTweets. Website for that is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side of things, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for the Infinity and Beyond crew and the Adventures in Middle-earth crew, and soon to be the Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks crew. When that happens, that's going to be going live in June. That is something you can get over there at ArvShop, and that does benefit the channel, and you get some cool swag. Also benefiting the channel is the Patreon, currently sitting at 20 patrons, $201 per month. That Patreon is really the financial backbone of the channel and makes a big difference to us. So if you are able to support it, thank you so much. Please consider doing so. You can get cool stuff for yourself individually and cool stuff for the channel as a whole. So please consider checking that out, because that would be appreciated. And again, that is !ArvTreon. Or you can sub to the channel, which gives you those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. We actually had a 10 sub gift bomb yesterday from Stain Monkey, which is really appreciated. And so we're doing well with the subs, and hopefully that can continue as well. You can also get inspirations to help our tabletop players. I will remind everybody, by the way, that this is not the last session this month. We have another one of these sessions coming up for Eberron. So there will be that. There will also be Soundclash the Clampdown is coming up. I'll talk about that in a minute, and so forth. And so you've got a few other sessions that we've got Ghosts of Saltmarsh coming up next week on GOG. So if you have an inspiration and you still want to save it a little bit, I get it. On the other hand, it may be necessary for these folks. So you have to be strategic about how you use your inspirations every month when it comes to this channel. But again, that's just by subscribing to the channel allows you to do that. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley, and Alligator Alley and Athos together are going to be working on my Greyshade Kickstarter, !Greyshade KS. Getting very excited about that. That's going to be happening in just about 6 weeks or so. Next month is when we're going to have the release for Greyshade. That will be published by Athos Arts on May 31st, and then that will also be the launch of the preview page for the Kickstarter. That'll be live for 2 weeks, during which you can follow it and, get it hyped up and prepared for it. And then, as I say, 2 weeks after that May 31st date, the Kickstarter will go live, and that will cover Renegade and Heretic, the next 2 books in the series, plus the tabletop role-playing game, plus an audiobook from our good friend Trendane, and other surprises. So you will definitely want to check that out, because it's going to be awesome. Now, quick couple of notes as well. Before I get there, one last thing. So that's !Greyshade KS. !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance of Black lives. !Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight against an illegitimate and horrible war. They did not ask for this war, but they are fighting back against it with incredible bravery, with the support of much of the known world, and let's hope that that continues. You can help the millions that have been displaced, including refugees and things like that, by going to that link that you see there and donating funds and so forth to be able to contribute to the fight. Now, quick note about scheduling. We've got, again, Eberron going on tonight. Tomorrow we have Soundclash the Clampdown making its triumphant returns. You'll want to join the sound crew. That's coming up tomorrow night. That should be a very good time. And then we're going to be off off on Monday, but on Tuesday, we have got us some Adventures, not Adventures in Middle-earth. Tuesday, we have got some Psychonauts coming, because that is the game that was chosen by chat for me to play as the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. So I will do that. And then at 4:15 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOG.com's Twitch channel playing some D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And then Tuesday night, I'm going to be back here with some Arvanauts. Arvanauts. You're always Arvanauts. The Arvocalists, I beg your pardon, who are going to be playing some more Planescape Torment with Dot, Zach, and Rob. So that's going to be cool. Yeah, that's what we got going on with that. Also, very important, coming up on Tuesday is the reveal of the anthology cover for the Origins 2022 convention. And not just the cover, but also the title and the table of contents. So the anthology title, the table of contents, and the cover will all be revealed and announced on Tuesday. And later that day, there will actually be an Origins spotlight that will be happening as well, which is going to be exciting. We will talk more about that when we get a little bit closer on, but you're definitely going to want to see those things. Trust me, the cover on this is really awesome. I told you the Gray Shade cover was great, and it was. And this cover is great for this anthology. And so, again, Athos has done a wonderful job putting this together. And so that will be revealed to all of you coming up on Tuesday. So some highlights and things like that to keep in mind as we go forward. Now, with that said, I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly for anyone that I may have interrupted. Looks like it might have been Tren. And then I will the two people that are spotlighting Tuesday. Oh, well, I didn't know how much I was allowed to mention. Okay, I'll just quickly say then that, so as Garlic Tofu points out, there will be two people who will be doing the spotlight. And as I head over, you'll be able to see one of those people. One of the people who will be doing the Origins spotlight, of course, is Garlic Tofu. Quite appropriate, since Garlic Tofu is also the editor for the anthology. So it makes sense, therefore, that Garlic would be one of the people that was part of it. But the other person is a certain person who may be in this chat who happens to like cats and glitter and role-playing, among many other things. Yeah, I don't know who that is. And that, of course, is trending. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the case. Trent's like, what? Really?
I do like cats.
Yes, exactly. No, Marie.
I don't like glitter.
Marie Bilodeau will be the other one spotlighting the Origins Authors Alcove, and specifically the anthology stuff, and talking about all things relating to Origins and Marie's first time at Origins and all that. So it's going to be great. I'm excited. And you had me until glitter. Yeah, exactly. That's how my wife feels too. Exactly the same way. Just like, man. And when you have children, let me tell you, glitter is
called craft herpes for a reason.
That's part of the experience. Anyway, so yes, that's going to be happening. You will definitely want to see us for Tuesday. It's going to be great. Exactly. Just a small example of the glitter that you can see. Okay, so I am going to let the folks introduce themselves. Then I'm going to talk about two people, one of whom is not with us temporarily and one that's perhaps a little more permanent. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I will start with the gentleman at the bottom left of our Eberron pyramid today, and that, of course, is our good friend Tren, Mr. Trendane Sparks. Hello, Tren. How are you? When not becoming excited at the Gray Shade audiobook that you're going to be recording, what other things have you been doing? Yeah, exactly. How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
Okay. I knew there was something that I wanted to talk about at the beginning. So last night, for the first time since like 1935, I went to the theater.
Okay.
And I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, okay. I've heard good things.
Do not take your kids to see that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Did you take kids to see that?
Well, that's, I mean, kind of. I mean, they're a lot younger than me, but he'd be upset if I called him a kid. Well, publicly, he'd be upset if I called him a kid. Privately, he'd be like, hi. And anyway, yeah. So, yeah, great film. Absolutely fantastic. Right near the beginning, when you see the IRS auditor, and she's sitting and she's drawing this circle on this thing on this receipt, and I'm like, is that Jamie Lee Curtis? Oh my God!
It is.
No, that can't. Okay. No, it can't be. And then, like a few minutes later, I'm like, "Oh my God, it is her!" And I was just like,
"Wow,
oh man, Holy crap! Great film. Whew. Ooh, definitely go see it. Definitely go see it. Second to that, Netflix can. No, don't say that. Piss off. Let's go with piss off, because they're going to be. They just did a price hike, and now they're going to be adding commercials.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, as soon as you do, that's my sub. You're losing. I've enjoyed my time with Netflix, but if they're going to pull this crap, I'm gone. I'm not sticking around. Aside from that, I am trying to spark some professional. Well, I don't know about professional, because I've been bitching about a lot of other companies that could have hired me for animation projects.
Formerly professional.
Probably not going to hire me now. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe they don't watch.
2 months from now, it's just like he's just kind of like, "Hello, welcome to the new Netflix." I'm like, that sounds like Trent's voice. And you're just like, "Why don't you want to talk about Netflix? Shut up."
Right. Do a lot of audiobooks for that guy over there, and maybe 1 or 2 or 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 for that guy up there, if you count the novels and then the graphic novel. Anyway,
Yep.
So, and there was something. Oh, who am I playing? His name is Thane. No. His name is Miatantan Tagashan Dekana. These of the Dragon Mark House of Making, and he has a trusty sidekick named Spanner. Almost said Stone, not me, and not him. So yes, Spanner.
And that's true. Trent is like the one character in the, not the only character, but he's like the joke has become that the other crew is basically just assembling this menagerie of companion animals as time goes on, except for Trent's character Tani, who's just by himself. So I'm just like, you get your one pet here, like your one pet. You're like, who was that guy? So anyway, Spanner.
He's got bees that are like that big.
No, I know exactly. But it's always a pleasure to have Trent on this, and I will reiterate. If you've had a chance to listen to any of Trent's audio work on that Icarus audio drama, or if you've heard any of the audiobooks, John can confirm, from Shadowrun or from Battletech, Trent is that good. I got absolute chills from listening to the first time that he recorded the prologue of Greyshade, and like, it's so good. So you will definitely want to check it out when it gets funded, and it will get funded by a lot because I'm manifesting it into the universe. So that's what's going to happen. So anyway, Trent, always a pleasure. And it's also a pleasure, of course, to have the aforementioned soon-to-be Origins spotlighted Marie Bilodeau, who's with us. Marie, it's good to see you. Welcome. How is life in the universe with you? Do you want to talk about the new additions? Can you talk about those that we all maybe Chad had a chance to see just briefly recently?
Yes.
Yeah. And who are you playing?
I haven't put them on social media yet, for those of you who follow me on social media, but you might want to, because soon there will be pictures and videos dropping at an alarming rate of 2 new kittens.
Can confirm. We saw them.
They're very adorable and they're very small. We've had them for 3 days now. For those, I don't know, some of you were following the whole cat, and Greg had missed it. I think other people had, but my poopy cat that I used to make all of this wonderful poetry about, Pomplo, unfortunately passed away end of January. I'm just making it clear so people stop asking me.
So I'm just like Bill. I'm like, so how's that one doing, huh? Oh,
he's dead.
He's dead. Great. I'll just be walking out my window now.
No, it's good. Honestly, I didn't make a big deal out of it. But so now we obviously needed extra cats added to our household, even though we still have older cats. But these are tiny little small cats that we think are 6 weeks old. They need extra love. One is still formula fed. He's extra small. He's black and white fluffy, and he has a little white rim around his neck. So his name is Oreo because that's his cream filling. And his brother is very squishy, and if you flip him upside down, it's his half button and he goes to sleep, which is very handy because he's also small and in everything. And his name is Guimauve, which is marshmallow in French. Yes, they're small and they're adorable, and I will share many things on social media. Right now we're just hoarding the cuteness. You'll have to forgive us for that, but yes, we are hoarding the cuteness.
Very clever, by the way, Maria. Is like the follower numbers tick up enormously over the next couple of days, like it's all
so many. One of them is of them playing with each other through the bathroom door and under it, and there are little noises like they sound like tribbles. So anyways, follow me. This is the content you've been waiting for.
It
Jen
is.
content.
Welcome to Arv's cat channel.
Yeah, I know, really. Like,
24/7.
Yeah.
That's right.
I know what the internet's for, and it's not what the musical said. It's for cats. So I'm just telling you.
And also when Oreo gets fat, because all their cats get fat, we know, we try not to. But anyways, he will be called double stuffed Oreo.
I wondered whether double stuff was coming around somewhere. I'm like, yes, outstanding. Outstanding.
All right.
When not attending to your cat brood, who are you playing in this game, Marie?
When not attending my cabinet, which is a lot lately, I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a College of Swords, so a rather stabby bard who also likes to sing and rhyme and communicate telepathically with her friends, as she is a Kalishtar, which is an Eberron specific race, which is really cool. Telepathic powers, cool dream connections with beings that we will get more into as the campaign progresses, and just really having a great time traveling with her sister Nisiana, who is not here right now. Jen will be joining us later, but yes, just having a great time. She's got friends, she's got her sister, she's got stabbing happening. We all survived so far, so yeah, looking forward to seeing us survive longer.
I as am I. I'm looking forward to that too. It'll be fun to see how things work as we're just about to get into season 2 of Eberron Oracle of War. But it'll be good stuff, and it's always a pleasure to have Marie with us. And it is also a pleasure, as always, to have one Mr. John Helfers with us, who is responsible for commissioning and commandeering and kidnapping. I don't know what else I can go with that. Audiobooks of various kinds and things like that for the work that he does. John, I know that you do not have a brood of 5 cats as far as I know, nor do you have cool, super cute kittens named Oreo and soon to be called Double Stuff. But other than that, besides that gap in your life, how has your life been otherwise, and who are you playing today?
I have, one crabby cat. Well, the other one, in the past year, she has found her voice, and holy crap, does she use it? It's really kind of amazing. No, I collect, audio voiceover artists and writers, and I've found the final set because Marie and I talked last week about doing some stuff for me. So I've caught them all in Infinity Beyond. So there you go.
Is this a trap?
Which I'm very pleased about. Yeah, I have my badge.
Is this a trap? Yes, always.
Too late, Marie. Too late. No, my name is John Helfers, and yes, I do work with most, if not all, of the people on this, and even a few people in the chat as well.
Mm-hmm.
How that works. I'm the executive editor for Catalyst Game Labs, which oversees the Shadowrun and BattleTech IPs, game, fiction, and all sorts of other cool stuff. And in my very, very limited downtime, I love playing D&D with this great group. So it's been a lot of fun. I play Illyrian, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis, a complete homebrew class, which I'm having a lot of fun with. And playing in this one has been a great time. So I think that's all about me. So I'm going to kick it back to Arv.
Good stuff, and always a pleasure to have John with us. Now, as was previously mentioned, Jen will be joining us, but just a little bit late, had a previous engagement, but will be joining us, and that's fine, because the first portion of this will be spent somewhat with Mérimée and Illyrian in particular, doing some stuff in Salvation, but we will speak about that in just a moment. I do want to just take a minute very briefly and say that the other person who's not with us today is Rob. By mutual agreement, Rob has decided to step away from the campaign. I should emphasize that this has no impact at all whatsoever on his work with the Our Vocalists. He will continue to be doing that. In fact, he will be with us on Tuesday doing some Planescape Torment and stuff like that. But he is not going to be a part of this campaign going forward. I have looked into and have a couple of possibilities for someone that may come in, because I would like this campaign in particular to have 5 if I can. And I have some good options, I think, that I may be able to pursue. But I did want people to know about that. As I say, we have a new video coming that will not have Rob per se. But we appreciate Rob's work with us and all that in the first season. And as I say, you will see Rob on here Tuesday night. So that's all good, but just not as a part of this campaign going forward. So with that said, though, unless anyone has anything they want to bring up or mention, I am going to head on to talk a little bit about what happened in our last session and about what we can expect to see going forward. He waits and looks, as I sometimes do with my students, and seeing no response from them, I will fire up a little bit of music here. Let's make some Lonesome West, I think. This. Yes, perfect. Okay, I happen to really like this one, actually. So, in our last session, the party found themselves in the position of being... found themselves in the position... I can't even speak, and then Ballstag immediately is like, subscription. Thank you for the subscription very much, Ballstag. I appreciate it, and the work that Ballstag is doing as part of Athos is just amazing on so many levels. So thank you. Both he and Garlic Cart Tofu are amazing people. So, okay. In our last adventure, thanks, Ballstag. In our last session, the party has made its way through Salvation after saving it. I won't say barely, because that's being unfair to the party. They did manage to do it, but there were a lot of moving parts that could very easily have gone wrong. And the party saved the town of Salvation, which was under attack by a group of elite assassins that had clearly come to Salvation. And I say clearly because they told everyone that this is why they were here, to get the Oracle of War. The Oracle of War is an item which the party found in one of its missions into the Morning, also known as the the Mornland, also known as the Gray, where they found this item which basically allows things to turn the tide of battle in anyone's favor by providing information, suggestions, and basically ways to be able to thwart any enemy and defeat any foe. And considering that the party somehow managed to escape alive from an ambush party of about 10 to 12 Warforged, heavily armed on top of a juggernaut that was riding around, I'd say that was pretty damn accurate. The party managed to get out of there with the Oracle because they clearly could not leave it. If one of the other nations surrounding Corvair happened to find it, it would be bad news for Brayland, and the King's Citadel is, that's who they work for. They need to try to protect that nation. So instead, they brought it with them. They found themselves under attack by a bunch of undead. They managed to get out of that. And once they got back to Salvation, as I say, they found themselves under attack by these assassins. They managed to defeat those assassins and found on it, and here I'm going to, for just a moment, jump out of game to remind everyone who has watched the incredibly exceptional Mandalorian TV series about what happens when the bounty hunters are seeking the target that the Mandalorian himself has, and there are always these like blinking sounds of basically homing devices. That's more or less what our party here, the King's Citadel, found on the bodies of the assassins, meaning that the Oracle is wanted by the assassins, and that puts everyone around the party in danger. Even if the party could somehow hold off wave after wave after wave of enemy, and this one was a little bit of a near thing, it means that they're putting in danger all the people around them, and that's not going to work. And so, thanks to the advice of their sort of contact/commander in this area, Hilar Brosal, they made the decision that they would go back to Sharn, the City of Towers, via lightning rail, which has now been activated. In Sharn, the City of Towers and the capital of Brayland, they will be able to gather information from places like Morgrave University about the operation of the Oracle of War and what it might actually mean, because it's not just that it's wanted for its military prowess, it also spit out several lines of the Draconic Prophecy, which unifies all life on Eberron and describes what the eventual future of Eberron will be. Kind of important, and shows you how important this artifact is. And so the party has decided they're going to go back there, but they have a little bit of unfinished business. One of those bits of unfinished business is the work of Erulin Karnak, a salvage broker with whom the party has had several run-ins, I think you might say. Mostly the party doesn't like it when someone does bad stuff, and this one was engaged in some kind of bad stuff, and so the party basically undercut her, and she, in return for their work, ended up trying to ambush them before the assassins arrived. They managed to put down that attempt, after which Erulin Karnak, or during which Erulin Karnak made her escape, at least for the moment. But the reality is that Erulin Karnak is still maybe theoretically a potential concern. And then, of course, the second thing is the situation with Yana, and I will talk about that here in just a moment. So it's with these two things in mind that we are now going to zoom into the present, where the party is having spoken about what they're going to do in Hilar's home in Salvation. I'm going to say that basically the rest of just that day has passed. Fear not, everyone will get to do what they want to do. But in the morning, when the party awakes, prepared to do what is necessary before picking up the train, which should be arriving sometime later this day, the lightning rail, there is a knock on the door of Hilar's home. And when Hilar opens it, you see standing outside, flanked by two of his guards behind him, Zodor Tarnev, the shifter broker who both Hilarion and Yana had spoken to. And Zodor, standing outside the door, says, "Good morning. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I hope that I might be able to speak to you. There's news that concerns both of us, I think, and I shouldn't be seen on the streets."
Okay. First of all, we all got the benefit of a long rest, I take it then?
Indeed.
Okay. All right. Well, that changes things up. Valerian looks at Hilar, his place.
Hilar says, "If you have something you'd like to say, please feel free. We're a little crowded in here, but we can all get cozy." And as Hilar sort of steps back, Merime, you who know, of course, Hilar better than anybody because of your long association with him, can see his eyes flickering, and probably nobody but you would notice it. His eyes flickering to both Zodor and his two guards as they come in. And it strikes you that this is exactly what you would do if you wanted to make sure that the potential threat of enemies staying away from you and attacking you from a distance was taken away. Bring them into his house, and suddenly they are surrounded by all of you in the middle of this home, which Hilar knows. And it's just a little reminder of Hilar's tactical knowledge. He knows what he's doing, and remember, he is not super sure what to make of Zodor yet. He's kind of accepted that you folks seem to be, getting to know him and approving of him somewhat, but he's still not 100% sure. Anyway, Tanton, please.
Quick side note before opening the door, before the opening of the door.
Yes.
Tanton would have just, covered up the
Oracle, yeah.
The Oracle and kind of sat on it like it was kind of a chaise lounge.
This old thing? Yeah.
Yeah, he's leaning on the trumpet, but it's covered up. And
yeah. I love that. Okay, and of course,
hearing aid.
It's obviously a trumpet too, right? So it's just kind of like, but covered. Okay, I like that.
Arv, we're all mind linked. And by all, actually, I mean it's actually just, I think, Tanton, Merime, and Ilarion.
That's
Unless
correct.
you want to include Hilar in that, that's up to you, though.
Yeah.
I would start with just three of us, unless Hilar needed to be brought in. Not that I don't trust Hilar, but I understand that there are some conversations he doesn't need to be privy to.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the Zodor comes in with his two guards, one of the guards, you notice, Hilarion, is the one that is sort of clearly his right-hand man. The one is usually like guarding the ladder on the way up to that sort of thing. So they come in, and Zodor stands feet shoulder width apart, and he says, "I've come to you with some news. Some of it might be of value to you, and some you might find distressing, perhaps. Also, some of it, I have to say, is a little speculative, and you might have reason not to fully trust me. I'm aware that there are some people in this town who don't." And he kind of flashes a look back at Hilar, who has, in the classic, I'm going to lean back against the door and pretend that I'm super chill, even though very clearly he would instantly grab something if something went down, right? And Hilar's just looking at him and says nothing. And
who is Zodor addressing?
Zodor is speaking to the three of you, basically.
Oh, okay.
And probably a little more you, Ilarion, because you've spoken to him more recently, although he certainly knows all of you.
Right.
And he says, "First of all, I want to thank you directly. You obviously were responsible for saving this town. And even though there are times when I don't know that there's much in it that's worth saving, I still appreciate the fact that you saved the innocent people that are here, and there are a few of them. Also, it'll make it a lot easier to be able to turn a profit if such becomes necessary. So, thank you. And he kind of says that to the three of you. And then he says, secondly, I have some news about a friend of yours. And he holds up a letter. And the letter is basically, it's just a piece of paper. And it's very short. Actually, it's only a couple of sentences. And he hands it over to you and he says, this letter was written and given to me by the person who wrote it. They asked that I deliver it to you directly. And although I was not inclined to do so, as I say, it's not safe for me to be seen out. She prevailed on me, and I felt I owed her. So, and he hands the letter to one of you. I mean, just kind of holds it out.
Ilarion will take it.
Ilarion, written in common on the top, you see, to my pack, you were right. I've gone hunting. Yana. And that's it. And he sort of waits for you to absorb that. And then he says, the last I heard from her, she said she was going to track down her origins. I don't know exactly what that's going to mean for her. I don't even know what it's going to mean for me. Finding another shifter who understood what it was like to be one was special. But life leads the way it does. Rivers flow in the directions they do. I hope hers leads her to a better shore. But it means, I think, that you've lost one of your group, at least for now. And he kind of looks over at Hilar, and Hilar has kind of put a hand on his chin and is just sort of considering him. And then he says, can I see that? And he pulls out a hand, Ilarion.
Ilarion will hand it over.
He kind of looks at it. It looks like her handwriting. You agree? And he kind of flips it to show all of you.
I mean, I do, unless I perceive something differently, which...
No, it looks like it. I mean, if you want to take it and investigate it closely, you could do that, but...
Well, actually, it's... I had never seen her write anything before. I would have no way of knowing.
I have on a couple of occasions.
So, Marimay, if you want to do an investigation check, you can, but from just, like, cursory glance, it looks very much like her writing. It's also her style. Very simple, couple sentences.
I think you mean cursivery.
With a cursivery glance. Well done. Nice work.
No, and I'll kind of take it unless somebody holds it, and I'll say, Yana and I had a good chat the other day, and I'm not surprised that this happened. She had a lot of answers she needed to find, and she wasn't going to find them with us. So I wish her only the best, and I'm glad she let us know where she was going. And I know that wherever she goes, she will hopefully find what she needs to know.
And Hilar kind of nods slowly, and he says, well, when we head down to Sharn, we'll be able to let him know. I suppose it's well nigh miraculous that we've got just about all of you alive. The fact that one of them is missing because they left on their own, that's a whole other matter. But I'll have to deal with that when I get back to the city. All right. And he says to Zodor, so much for your news. And Zodor says, not entirely. The other bit of news I have for you will be less pleasant. And I don't know what to do with it except to tell you that this is something you'll need to address. Word is, my contacts tell me, that Arulin Karnak left town, at least sometime yesterday, and she didn't go alone. Behind her, according to what I could tell, she had a couple of basically mine cars full of something, and had basically her entire group, practically like a small army of mercenaries, going with her. From what I could tell, from what they suggested, she was heading down towards Sharn. She wasn't going to do it by dealing with the lightning rail. She was going to do it by coming across Sharn in some other way, maybe picking up the tracks later. On the one hand, that frees up Salvation considerably. It means that now there's no one else left, really, except for a couple of the salvage brokers I get along with all right, to be able to keep this town from flourishing. On the other, there's a saying about keeping the people you don't trust closer than the ones you do. And if she's gone down to Sharn, it means she's melted into that cesspool. You may all enjoy your time in Sharn, but I can tell you I would not. And if I knew that she was going to be down there, I'd be watching over my shoulder every second I got the chance. But I think it suggests that you spooked her somehow. What you did with those assassins must have told her to get the hell out. And that means that maybe she knew something about the attack. Who knows? But I'm telling you this because I need to know from you whether you intend to get rid of all of the salvage brokers. Do you want to clean up this town completely? Or are you going to allow for some basic commerce to take place? And then he falls silent, and Halar kind of gestures to the three of you as if to be like, or I should say the four, because Nisian is there. Nisian is very quiet, just taking this all in. But gestures to the four of you and is kind of like...
Valerian leans forward a bit, just a bit. And what are your intentions now that your biggest competition is gone?
For me, I intend to make money. And he sort of looks at his two guards, who just are very stoic. And he looks at Hilar, who's just, gazing at him still steadily. And then he looks back at you and he says, "And if it matters to you, I intend to make money without cheating people out of it. You know as well as I do that Arulin Karnak ran these people into the ground. I won't do that, even the ones that don't like me. Mother Johanna there over at the Silver Chalice may think that she knows what's going on with me, may think that I'm not to be trusted. But see, no matter what she thinks about me, unless she attacks me in the street, I'm going to let her do what she does. Whereas Arulin would have had her taken out if she became troublesome. That's the big difference between me and her. Live and let live. That's my motto."
Can I insight check him?
Sure, absolutely you can.
I feel pretty good about him, but I do get advantage on the insight check, so why wouldn't I use them?
Absolutely, sure.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a 12 and a so you're just like, I mean, he does strike you as just because of the fact that he has taken a risk by coming down here in the first place. You might remember that he had pretty much been in hiding because of this. Perhaps the reason that he came out of hiding is because of this news about Arulin Karnak, but still, this is something which strikes you as being a little bit different. Also, it's going to be hard to make Salvation into, a church pew, right? I mean, you can make it into a place that's roughly sort of treating people kind of okay, but if you can get that done in Salvation, you've done a whole hell of a lot. And so from your impression, he doesn't seem to be going out of his way to cheat people or, deceive you. But who knows? He's been at this a long time.
Yeah. I'm good. I mean, I'm willing to trust him. He's been in Salvation a long time anyways. He's made it this long and he hasn't proved to be a problem. And again, he's here. That shows a lot. So I just kind of nudged the other two and just say, and the other three, my sister as well, and just say, for what it's worth, I think he's speaking truth.
You realize the reestablishment of the light rail will bring a lot of opportunity to salvation. Opportunity, the right person in the right position can benefit greatly from. I just don't want that person to overstep their bounds. If what you say is true and you intend to treat the townspeople fairly, then everyone should profit and salvation will improve. I think we both agree that would be best for the town. Yes?
Absolutely. It's better for business when people are feeling happy, comfortable. So yes, I agree with you. Also, if it's any consolation, I do have someone in mind. Your whist that you had working with Sheriff. Sheriff's not salvageable. Whist was badly injured, but it looks like she's going to pull through. And if that's true, it means that we can have a law enforcement official again that at least I will respect. If I respect her, then it means the others have a chance to do so also. You know that snake that you defeated? That thing almost did for Whist. But luck worked in her direction. And he kind of looks over at one of his guards and the main right-hand man person, and the guy sort of shakes his head like, and Zodor looks back and says, he won't talk about it, but it may be that he happened to do something to help out Whist. Don't worry, though, your secret's safe with me. And the guy just folds his arms and, like, straight-faced, like, type of thing.
I'm glad to hear that you are comfortable with assuming the mantle. I will be speaking with them later today about that myself. Your backing of them will go a long way, I feel, to giving them the power they're going to need to assume their duties.
And he nods, and suddenly you note that Nisiana seems to blink as if coming out of a dream. And
then she appears.
And then suddenly appearing before you. All right, give me just 1 second whilst I fix cameras, as we have been joined by our fourth.
I'm so sorry messing it all up.
No, it's totally fine. I mean, that, I
Somebody had to do it.
I am
He was looking forward to it.
Exactly.
Also, on her new fiber optic cable system, too.
Oh, really? Oh.
Not sure I'm supposed to talk about Claire, so I'll turn that off. There we
That's
go.
exciting.
I didn't understand a word you said, John.
Blah, 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 fiber optic, blah, blah, blah.
Did you steal my thunder?
A little bit. Of course, you didn't understand.
You didn't hear that he
else
did it, though,
either,
so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, thunder. Hold on a second. I mean, she can do an introduction. I'll be right back.
Okay. So suddenly thunder. Hold on, let me get the player not available and get you back on there.
Yes.
Just a moment. Okay, there's that. And let me get rid
And
of
Rudinil, I think you mean Tantin, not Tanith. Tanith is a very different. I think he's like a god, isn't he? If I remember correctly.
Let's see. Okay. So there's that. And last but certainly not least here, we have got You Can Do It. All right. Last but certainly not
Okay, I
least.
knew who you meant.
We've got. Okay.
And the guy who played Tanith in Stargate SG-1 also was in, I believe, X-Men 2. It was difficult to tell who he was. He had camo makeup on all over himself.
Okay. Cool. All right. There we go. So now we can see that we have been joined by Jen Brozek. So Jen is here. Hi, Jen. Jen has returned. And so, whilst I am fixing up the other camera in the power of studio mode, I will ask how you're doing. I understand from a certain robot voice that there's big news that you have to share with all of us, and so on. But how you doing, Jen? How's life? And who are you playing today?
I am doing well. I am at home now. I was not at home. Some of the news that was stolen by a certain editor of mine was that my husband decided we were getting fiber optics, and it was installed yesterday. So I am still checking it out and making sure various settings everywhere are working. And so far, the speed of the internet has been vastly improved on my end.
Nice.
I don't know how it's going to be. It should be also, the uploading should be good. I don't know.
I couldn't understand you. You're completely roboting out.
Wow, I can't. You are a bad person. You are bad and should feel bad.
I was absolutely rushing around here, and then I'm like, oh, my mic, darn it, let me get the mic set up.
Start the mic. No, that's really great. Look, having suffered through in the past bad internet and then getting that sweet fiber optic, it is. Oof,
it is so
good.
Far it's been pretty cool, and since I plan to also do more streaming, possibly this whole thing, this idea I've had for about a year. I'm setting up a podcasting station too. Things are in the works.
Nice.
The other cool thing that the audience might be interested in is I am donating to the SIFWA auction. There will be a coffee clutch that I will be in, which basically means we all meet on Zoom and have a drink and have a conversation about anything. I will be giving a career session to the winner of that bid on the writing creative space. And then I haven't mentioned this to a certain editor who I'm currently irritated with, but I am also offering a Tuckerization into the third Mosaic Quartet YA novella to become a character that may be murdered in the third book or may be used in future books.
I thought you were going to say, or maybe the murderer. And I was like, wow, that's
also maybe the murderer,
but, or that. I was like, okay.
Basically, do you want me to immortalize you in one of my Shadowrun novels? And then you become a canon character who any Shadowrun author can use. And that auction will be coming up between May 6th and 14th, I think. I will have a link, hopefully, soon, by the next game, maybe.
Very, very slick. I'm super excited about that because now I, too, as a member of SIFWA, can see these things also. So I'm very excited about that. Yes, Tren, you're going to...
So, as one of the people who is likely to ever have to narrate this thing, whatever name you're going to give her, make sure it's freaking pronounceable.
Well, not only pronounceable, because also a certain editor that I'm currently irritated with. The whole podcasting station is because he wants me to read some of my own Shadowrun works and possible upcoming things. And I need to also be able to speak said voices. I've always figured out for the Valdemar stuff, I have completely mucked myself because I've got a griffin in one of the stories and there's a lot of rolling R's and I can't roll my R's to save my life.
I'll roll them for you.
Maybe I'll have to reread my griffin stories.
Or
you just do
the
the R's,
possibility. Yep.
put them in.
Yeah,
Or
because
they
I can't do it. But that's
Put her in,
the
Coach.
other exciting thing. And hopefully I have beautiful weather. It's like, I mean, it's hot in my office because it was like 60 degrees outside or 70 degrees outside, and now it's like 80 in my office. So.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be like the griffin could sound like the cat from the Cadbury Bunny auditions. He was like, "Buck meow, buck meow, buck
Oh
meow,
my
buck
goodness,
meow."
that is a deep cut right there.
So
Anyways, I'm very happy to be here, and I will be over my minor snit at my certain editor here very shortly.
No healing for you.
No hitting for you.
Oh no!
And speaking of that, who are you playing, by the way?
Oh yes, I am playing Nisiana de Jarasco, a halfling healer from the House of Healing. Are we talking about the new stuff, or did we already talk about the new stuff?
We did
I
last
like
time. I
turns
We did
believe.
last time. I believe we
Okay.
talked
Did
about.
last time, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in enough games that various characters are blurring it, and none of the
I
characters
know the
are
feeling.
same, but the games are like, I'm like, are we going to Blood the Horror? No, okay. Oh no, we're fighting a djinn right now. Okay, all right, got it.
Yes. So no, that information was gathered.
And the last I remember, Nisiana had a small breakdown and is now sleeping.
Yes. Now Nisiana's woken up just because it's the next day, and to quickly catch you up on what is happening in this particular, what has happened so far. Zodor Tarev has come to Hilar's house the next day and has come in with two bits of information. The first,
Zodor has actually come to us.
yes, and there's two reasons for that. The first is that there was a letter left with Zodor that was delivered by this particular person who asked Zodor to deliver it personally. And the letter basically says, "To my pack, you were right. I go hunting. Yana." That's what that said. And the second part is, so Zodar said that Yana delivered that, had asked him to deliver that letter to all of you. And then the second bit of dun-dun-dun news was the fact that Irulin Karnak was seen by his people leaving town yesterday, leaving town with several carts full of something, and surrounded by a small army, basically all of her mercenaries, leaving town and heading to the south. It's unclear as to where, but there is if you're heading south, there is certainly the possibility you might be heading to Sharn, the city of towers, which lies to the southwest, really, of
Ooh, I
Salvation.
wonder if she's going to try and head off the train before we get there.
She's not going to beat the speed of the train.
We don't
Yeah.
know what she has at her disposal.
If she's trying to ambush it, just need to speed it, just get ahead of it.
Yeah. But in any case, so they have, she is headed to the south to do that. And so Zodor basically came because he, to talk about that and to basically ask what the intentions of the group were vis-a-vis other salvage brokers, like, for example, himself, and whether or not that could be allowed. The other little bit of news he gave was that he was also willing to accept the authority of Wist, the person that you may remember you had saved and put in the employ of Sheriff, who is now no longer appearing in this picture, as they say. And Wist, although badly injured, looks like she's going to pull through. And so he said that Zodor said he would be willing to back her, basically. So Ilarion had just more or less, and Hilar, listened to some of this and was sort of taking all of this in and wanted to know your opinions about all of that. And Ilarion was basically just saying, "I'm glad to hear that you're going to back Wist." And then you came to suddenly from just nodding sagely as Nisiana and also knew there. One last bit of information, because I find it amusing, is that Tantin currently has his elbow resting on the covered over Oracle of War, as if it's like some kind of a armchair, that he's covered over with like a slipcase or whatever. So anyway, yes.
Is it trying to hide it? Or
Well, I don't know.
It's covered by a sheet or a blanket or something. So
Yeah.
we did put
Completely
something over
convincing.
it.
I mean, no one could ever tell that there's something below. Yeah.
Dude.
He had a couple of seconds.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. So anyone now can weigh in as they want based on this. Ilarion, I think we were just talking, and then Jen came in. So
Jen came in. So yeah, I wanted to, Jen, did you have anything you wanted to say to Zodor?
What was my last impression of Zodor? Oh. I actually didn't have I actually even spoken with them?
yes, you met Zodor once when you went up the ladder to this, looks like kind of like a treehouse or an elevated, kind of like hideout, where you spoke to him. He is the shifter, salvage broker.
Yeah. I know it's the shifter. It's just I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if I ever actually. Oh no, I did. He was very cranky at me.
He was, although he was
I-
in kind of the general, I don't trust anybody sort of way, type of thing.
And Nisiana right now is just not going to say anything. She's going to hide and watch. Well, not hide and watch. She's going to sit and watch. And
She had a rough night, so
she had a rough couple of days.
Rough couple
so
days, yeah.
She is getting back to herself. but she is going to be quiet for the moment and listen.
Okay.
Okay.
And actually, Larian does have, I think one last thing.
Okay.
Zodor Terov, earlier you said you weren't quite certain that salvation was worth saving. It's my opinion that a town is only worth what its inhabitants, its citizens, put into it, and therefore get on it. If you feel that you're on the fence as to whether salvation is or isn't worth saving, perhaps it might behoove you to consider your own position here and what you want salvation to become.
And so he pauses for a moment, and then he says, "Interesting. I suppose what I want salvation to become is something more like what its name claims it is. Something that might actually be a good thing for most people who came to it, where profit could be experienced for all. Most of all, I'd like to see these people be a lot kinder to those that try to help them. We'll see how they react to you. I can tell you from personal experience, they always haven't reacted so well to me. But I think you're right. They're not all bad. Even Mother Johanna has her moments. It doesn't do me any good to be salvage broker in a waste with a group of depressed and angry people. And that's the other reason I'm here. If I'm going to be able to do something, anything worth having, then I'm going to need some support. You, when these people wake up and realize it, are going to have the most, I would say, the most cred that anyone's had in this town for many a year. If you tell them that I'm worth listening to, not that they should pick me up as a mayor or some kind of self-appointed god, I ain't got no interest in that. But if you can tell them that from your point of view, I can be trusted, it'll make things much easier for me. And I did put myself at risk coming to talk to you.
I will speak to those who I believe will listen and make the case. I think allies are important, especially now in this uncertain time, just because we are removing the current problem from the town. As I said, opportunity will be here. People will seek it out. A unified front for salvation will be more advantageous for all, now more than ever.
And he kind of nods slowly and he says, "There's one last thing. I hear tell you might be leaving town with whatever this thing is that those creatures came after. Now, I don't much care about this item that you have. It's not an issue for me. But I am interested in staying on my own 2 feet and keeping my head on my shoulders as long as I can. You don't have to tell me what you're going to do with it. But when you go down to Sharn, if that is where you're headed, I just want to make sure you don't bring more of that place's filth with you if you ever return. So I'm asking for your attempt to keep Sharn exactly where it is. If you come back this way, I would appreciate it if you weren't trailing a whole group of people trying to take you down en route." And he falls silent. And Hilar sort of, and he sort of, behind you, you can see Hilar says, "Now I find that interesting. You suppose that these 4 should have some way of keeping others from going after them? That ain't how this works, you know. If they're trying to protect you, they're going to make enemies. And without looking back at him, Zodor says, "It's fine if they make enemies. I just don't want the enemies to transfer to your friends, if you follow what I mean."
Hmm.
We have no idea. Once we reach Sean, where we're going to go from here. It is possible our paths may never cross. I tend to agree with Hilar Rizal about certain things are beyond our control. But it isn't as if we're going to go shouting about the merits of salvation through the streets once we reach the city either.
The lightning rail goes both ways, doesn't it?
Are you asking that in character?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and
Oh.
and he says, and Zodor sort of nods. Yeah.
So when it goes through here to there, it will obviously bring others back. Salvation is going to change immensely. It's going to become something important.
And he
We won't be
nods
the only
slowly.
ones trying to protect it.
You'll have to excuse me. I got someone. They brought up a second plate of food and my son who wants to play a video game. I know none of that makes any sense to you. But it'll make more sense in a moment, just as soon as my wife, who's one of the guards, brings them out and goes with this.
Now, should I take this break to make Jen even more irked at me than she already was? That's the question. Because I have something that Jen probably wants to see, and the rest of the thread too. But if we waited a week, she might be able to reveal it herself. So I don't know.
You have my new cover.
Not quite that. Hold on a second. Let me tell you. I tell you what. Let me tell you in chat.
It's like, I was like, no, wait a minute. I'm back here. Like, just,
Well, no, he's already stolen my thunder once, and we're going to be playing.
So I
Okay, so
happen to
what-
have one right here. I could just show on the camera if you
We
like.
should actually wait until next week because
Oh,
that is
okay.
closer to. And even if I don't have one, you definitely next
Well,
week.
we can probably get one in the mail to you if I
look
impose on my
how
kind
slick this is
wife.
too. John's got this in case of emergency break glass thing where he's just kind of like, oh, Jen's mad at me. Oh, whoops, look at this, and he's like, oh.
You may not realize how much work we do together.
Yes,
You know,
exactly.
I'm aware that it's a lot.
Yeah, it's just that's actually really cool. Oh, that's so cool. I'm so pleased.
Yep. Yeah, we should be able to get one to you by next week, so you can actually show it off yourself. Well, but this is why I asked, because I figured you might
It's
want
like
to do it yourself.
the fleur-de-lis or the houndstooth end papers for the book, right? For the inside cover.
Ooh.
John's just like,
for you.
like,
Brandon's totally raising the stakes on what I would like.
Yeah.
anyway, my apologies, folks. So the
Distraction train.
suddenly
I'm so
suddenly the child has departed. So it was really funny.
It was.
It was mostly funny because my wife shows up with a second plate of food, and I'm like, and didn't realize that my daughter had already brought up a plate of food. It was like, oh, and then Mina was just like, "Can I play a video game?" And we're like, "Can I?" Immersion broken. Okay.
I take advantage of the confusion to
Yeah,
leap in there.
Exactly. So anyway,
Okay, so I had
Yeah.
asked, the train goes both ways.
Right.
And then I'm like, salvation's going to change because there'll be more than us who just want to protect it.
I know, but something making salvation bigger also means the threats get bigger too. And don't get me wrong, you're right. I would rather have salvation break out of its bonds. This place has spent so much time right near the gray that it's had everything color its dealings. All it can think of is how to get some money out of it and then back. But ambition? Not much. Having some people come from other places would be good for salvation. But you know as well as I do that change brings danger. In fact, don't take this the wrong way. You were the change, and you yourselves brought danger, although in the end you saved us from it. So you're right. It goes both ways, and it'll get bigger. And he stops for a moment, and he says, I'd prefer it not get so big that it forgets what it was. There is the core of something good here, even if most of these people aren't part of that goodness.
Sounds like you have a goal, a calling.
I'm just...
You're the person who sees. So you have to. It's hard, but somebody has to. And you're staying.
And he looks at you, Nisiana, and then kind of... Make an insight check for me, actually.
Oh. Where's my character sheet? I'm so protected.
While this conversation is going on, Ilarion steps to Hilara's table, finds some paper and a pencil or whatever, and starts making a sketch, a map of something.
18, I'll come back to that. Okay, so you're doing the map, so I'll come back to you in a
Right,
minute.
at the same time, so don't worry about it. Keep going.
Nisiana, you get the impression that for a moment, it's as if Zodor was kind of rearing up to be like, come on, sort of roll eyes thing, and then he sort of stops and pauses and kind of breathes deeply and says, it's possible that all of you, and he kind of glances back at Hilar, who doesn't say anything, were brought together for a reason. I have a feeling that you, he looks back at you, Nisiana, who seems unbelievably, insufferably naive,
I've heard that before.
may have something below that. And even though it might burn me, I'm willing to take it for what it is. So, thank you. And then he says that. And the other thing with your insight check is you can see the guards behind him are kind of like, wait, what just happened? And then Zodor's like, if either of the two of you ever say anything about it, I'll slit your throat by noon. And they're like, yep.
We're like, okay, that's the boss we know.
Right, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And he says, so, Ilarion, you're making this map, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. How long do you anticipate this taking? Because at this point, he would be like, he said, I think, all he needs to say, from what you can tell.
And I think I said it too, but it's a quick sketch because what it is the complex underneath the whatchamacallit, the big thing in the junkyard.
Oh, Big Mo.
Yes.
Yes.
Sketches out that thing and blah, blah, blah. And then once they're done with that, excuse me, Ilarion says, Zodor Terra, have a word with you outside, if I may.
All right. Not for long, though. I shouldn't be on the streets, at least not till you've had a chance to say what you need to say to the town.
It will be brief.
He nods, and he says, as he's about to... You go ahead, Tanton.
Say, before he steps out the door,
Yeah.
Tanton would kind of look up and basically the only thing he's going to say is, if you want these people to respect you, be someone they can respect. They will follow and fall in line. Yeah.
And he says, I feel like I've given them that chance before.
Well,
But-
now we're going to be helping.
He nods and he says, if you ever decide that you're tired of running around playing heroes with these group, I could use someone of your intelligence. I saw some of the work that you did, and of course I've seen that. And he points at Spanner, and he says, so, if you're ever looking to moonlight, you might say, let me know. And he nods, and he says, thank you again. I'll see you when you come back here, if you make it back. And he nods to you. Healer, I hope your healing remains profitable. And he says to you, Marame, I hope you continue to sing the songs and tell the stories. Apparently you're a pretty big deal in this group too, if tales are to be believed. And then he nods to you, Tanton. And then the last thing he says is, then he goes out with Larian, and just as he's passing Hilar, he says, and, what about you? Are you going to be part of the old or the new, Hilar? And Hilar just kind of observes him, and he says, I'm always about the change. We'll see whether you are part of the new or the old. And, I'll be watching. And Zodar kind of nods, and then goes out, with his 2 guards behind him. Alarian, you are outside then on the street with him, and can speak to him if you wish. What? He runs away horrified.
This is what, early morning-ish? I mean, fairly early?
Yes.
Okay, so not many people out about.
Almost no one, in fact, which may be another reason he came.
Exactly. All right, I'll keep it brief. So, step out. Ooh. There are 2 things I wish you to know. It could have said there, but one of them is, and they take out the, what the hell was it? The green dragon mask, I think it was called. Hold on. The green emerald claw mask.
Oh, yes. I was like, the green dragon. I'm like, yes.
Call back to another campaign.
I was going to say, like, suddenly the stray, like they announced Spelljammer, anything could cross over now.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's all crazy. It's crazy. Anyways, although you can now play a plasmoid, which don't get me started. Anyways, I love those. Great. All right. They show him the mask. It is very important that if Aurelian Karnak ever does return to salvation, that you get word to us, whether it's in Shar or anywhere else. Because in our investigations in the town, we uncovered fairly definitive proof that she was working with the Emerald Cult, whatever it's called. Like cult thing.
The Emerald Claw. The Order of the Emerald Claw.
The Order of the Emerald Claw.
And so when I'm just making a note for myself. So he nods, and when you say the thing about the Emerald Claw, he sort of, I've heard that. There's been rumors of the Emerald Claw having some operations around here, although no one could find it for sure. And Sheriff was Sheriff. Did the best they could, but was the best she could, but never was going to be part of that process. Yes, if I find out about them, I'll let you know. And, if I may, the lightning rail's damned fast. But if I do get word to you, you better get yourselves back here as fast as you can. Because once I find out about them, it's not going to be that long before they do whatever they're planning on doing.
Agreed. And then Ilarion extends the slip of paper with the diagram on it.
And he takes it and... What's this?
Under Big Mo, the cult has excavated ruins, which is also a back way to salvation. You need to be aware of this, and you need to keep it either guarded or destroyed. It is up to you. But there is no doubt that cultists know about it, and if they do, they will use it to enter the city unnoticed. So,
and he nods.
Do with this information what you will, but you should do something.
He nods thoughtfully. I will do something. Below Big Mo, huh? Well, I suppose I should have expected there was going to be something strange about it. All right, my own hideout's not all that far from there, actually. At least the place I've been hiding since they destroyed my old place. I'll see what I can do about it, yes. And, repurpose it perhaps for other uses.
That would be acceptable. Good luck, Zodor Terror. I hope that if we do get the chance to return to Salvation, it will be a better place, thanks to the efforts of you and people like you. And Eberron holds out their hand, their very, very large armored hand.
And he sort of looks for a moment, and then he extends his hand to take it, and he shakes it and says, "So good luck to you too. And you don't need me to tell you, but watch yourself. The minute you get on that rail, you're moving out of territory you know, and into places that are, well, I'd rather get lost in the gray than go back to Sharn. It's got some good places in it too, but it's a nest of snakes, and the difference is you can't hear them hissing. That said, good luck. If there's any group that can manage it, I suppose you're one of them. Come on, boys." And he
do our best.
And he nods, and then he and the guards head off down the street quickly, which is a good moment for me to reset and welcome everybody to day 18 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War. This is a Century of Ashes Part 1. You are watching as we're preparing to move into Season 2, and thank you to Redlear for the Tier 2 sub. 41-month subscription, throws money at the screen. This is what I like to see. Thank you, Redlear. Another one of my favorite Canadians. I have another one right now playing with us. But Redlear is good people, and thanks, Redlear. I appreciate it, man, very much. Yes, you are watching these wonderful folks, and if you like what you see in here, you folks know what to do. Follow the channel, support the Patreon, do what Redlear just did, subscribe to the channel, and support all of these wonderful people and their wonderful efforts. We've got multiple authors who are amazing, both Marie and Jen. We have multiple editors who are amazing. That also includes Jen, but also John. We've got amazing voice actors. That includes Trendane. And it includes me, who does some of those things, including writing and such. But most of all...
Oh, you have a new book out?
Say, I do indeed. Thank you for asking. I have one coming out on May 31st called Gray Shade. And if you want to hear about more people walking around with gravelly voices and looking vaguely like me on the cover, which had nothing to do with me because I didn't provide a reference sketch. So everyone who says it's me on the cover, that's not true. Anyway, you can check that out there. It's from the amazing Athos Arts. Yeah, so definitely please support us with that. Also, quick note that we will take our break in about 45 minutes, about 9:30. And then we will take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and play for a little while afterwards. My plan is for us to wrap up around 11 or so Eastern, so that should give us about 4 hours total on the session. So, okay. So, right, so we came outside, did all that thing. So you said what you said. Now, Alarian, what are your and Maramee's plans?
Well,
we can RP what we... I was going to say, we can RP what we need to and not what we need to. It's up to you, but...
Yeah, well, Alarian's going to step back inside then, now that he's given, or they've given what they need to give. But yeah, now we got some RP.
Tanton has covered himself now, you can see, in the actual cloth, so that there is, you can no longer see him or the
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
All right. First of all, they look at Halar. He seems truthful. You have been here longer than any of us. What was your take on that?
He sighs and he says, Zodor never had a good reputation. He was always the kind of person that people thought you couldn't trust. But then again, that was partly because of guilt by association. He's a salvage broker, and a lot of those don't mean very well to people. Think about Arulin herself. And the other part was your garden variety bigotry. And I, myself, never subscribed to that part of things. I don't know. I think I believe him enough to say that he's not going to want to screw something up when he can profit from it. And maybe now he feels like he's got the chance. I'm still going to see what I can do to kind of keep my feelers out down there. But I'm not going to be able to do that immediately, because I've made the decision that I'm going to come with you for at least part of this. I won't be down there the whole time, but I've got to be able to see a little bit of what's happened down there in in Sharn, before I make my way back up here. So, I'm trusting him mostly because it sounds like all of you trust him, and I trust you. But if you're wrong, you're giving this town over to someone who's going to do what he wants with this town, and no one's going to be able to stop him. So I hope
think
you're
he's
right.
going to do that.
I agree with Nisiana.
He's never really had anybody believe in him before, and that's important. And I think we should help that.
Maybe. I think you're probably right, even though every part of me is telling me that it's a mistake to trust someone like that. But obviously I've been wrong before. I'll go with your instincts. They're usually good ones. Nonetheless, I hope you'll all keep your eyes open now that we know that Arulin is left. Like he said, it's good that she's not here to bother the town. It's bad that that's got to mean that she still has interest in bothering you.
I am more comfortable drawing her off than leaving her here. Let her come. We stopped her before. We will stop her again.
Make sure she doesn't stop you at the same time. But I agree with you mostly. What are your plans?
I need to speak to
Okay.
Mother Johanna Calindros at the Church of the Silver Flame, and also to see Wisp, and perhaps one of the errand, the rest of the group, and they look at everyone else, are welcome to come with me if they wish. It is not necessary. It is up to you all.
Well, I think we should start also helping Zodor. Though I'm not certain why he doesn't just hang out with us if he wants us to show we're supporting him. Why doesn't he just come with us?
His presence on some of these conversations may be less positive than you think, as the people we will be talking to may think he is trying to pull one over on us, trying to force us to speak on his behalf. We go to these people by ourselves, and he's not there. It actually might carry more weight.
Well, he's agreed to back Wist, lend support and protection to Salvation. What else?
If I bring the church, if I bring Mother Johanna Calindros on board, her backing of him will go a long way towards knitting this Earth-South alliance together. And I think I can do that.
Should maybe tell Wist that he's
That is my other conversation. I need to see if they are indeed up to taking a job that they are thrust into after only 2 weeks as the deputy. They may not wish to be sheriff of Salvation.
Well, I know if I want to know someone about a town, I go and talk in and around and listen to people in the taverns. So if we want to publicly declaim our support of Zodor, at least 2 of us should go to, say, the bar where we met that prophet dude and have a conversation about how good Zodor is being. And we talk to each other and let people overhear it.
And I have also been working on several songs that I think would help support that cause, and some good rhymes. So that could, songs are catchy. People like songs. So that could also help back his cause.
That certainly could not hurt.
I kind of glance over at Tantan to see what he's... Does he have his arms deep into something right now?
No, he's still basically reclining. And now, Zodor's gone, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
no,
he's still hiding the thing. Just in case he comes
Like
back
you
in.
stand
One
forward,
other
he's
thing.
just like, ha!
No, he seems kind of lost in thought for a moment. So he's still kind of, and he kind of occasionally chuckles to himself. He's like, You definitely have to tell that one sometime. Oh, that's good. And then he looks around and he's everybody's staring at him like, what?
You were talking? You have a good idea?
Oh, a joke. I thought of a joke.
I love a good joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. So, a bugbear and a half-orc and a Kalashtar walk into a bar. And the bartender looks at the Kalashtar and says, "Don't you start any trouble here." And the Kalashtar says, "I wouldn't dream of it."
Don't
Hilar-
encourage him, Nisiana.
Hilar just sort of nods and says, "I'm glad that we're all working and all firing on all cylinders then."
It just came to me while I was in the kitchen, and I was like, I gotta get back there. So
On that note, Tamsin, perhaps you should see about securing the device for travels. Particularly trying to find some way to cover it with more than just a blanket.
that would be very difficult. But I'll come up with something. But I also need to see Garunda before we leave.
Okay. Do you wish someone to go with you, or?
Oh, no. I mean, it's not necessary.
Perhaps she would have a container large enough to hold this device. It must exist around here somewhere.
Maybe.
You. Very well then. As I actually have business at the inn, I will meet Nisiana and Merrimaid there once my other rounds are complete. Perhaps me and Tamsin, you could meet us there as well. We can all compare notes.
Wait, I have to take notes?
Just remember what you said with your
No.
On second thought, maybe you should take some notes. It might help later on. While he's thinking about that, Valerian's going to go out
Makes
the door.
his escape. Makes their
Pretty
escape,
much.
yeah.
I've delivered. I've planned set. I'm out. Yeah, and they head out.
Okay, so as I understand this, we've got Nisiana and Merime are going to go to the taverns first. Try to go back to the tavern. Alarian is going to go to Mother Johanna, talk to her, and try to convince her to support Zodor. And then Tantin is going to go to Garunda. I think the way that we're going to handle this is, since Tantin is currently chowing down, I'm going to go with Merime and Nisiana first. We're going to talk about that. Then I'm going to
Trail
jump to...
mix.
Say again? Well,
It's trail mix.
That's fine. I wasn't judging. I was just saying you're eating. I mean, then we're going to jump to Tantin next. We're going to do that. And then we will finish this sort of sequence with Alarian, Mother Johanna, and then possibly Whist, depending on where you find out Whist is. But we'll talk about that. And then we'll, hopefully, if all goes well, we'll lead on from there. So I'm going to start with Merime and Nisiana. So to bring us to the map for a second, and I think we're actually, the rest of you were on the map on Roll20.
Yeah.
So the inn itself is here. The line must be drawn here.
Oh, all the way down there. Okay.
Yes. So, and Hilar's house, by contrast, is down here. So, you can make your way up if you wish to the inn, the two of you, and you're going straight there pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if since I did so much healing yesterday, if there's someone on the street whom either I healed or still looks hurt or something, have a kind word with them, but basically just
Okay. Yeah.
we're headed towards the thing.
This it does, as it's starting to, it's still early morning, but you do see people starting to emerge. There are all kinds of signs, of course, from the carnage of yesterday. A lot of walls have been stove in of the various places. You can see that there are sadly some bloodstains that are still on the road. There are no bodies now. The people have pulled the bodies out and brought them somewhere. And presumably the injured mostly might be getting attended to actually largely at the church, actually the Chapel of the Silver Flame. But most, but those people anyway are off the streets. And so you don't really see anyone, Nisiana, that needs your help at the moment. They seem to be off the street. When you get up to the inn, though, both Merime and Nisiana can see that the door, which of course was basically bashed in. You might remember that this is where you found the, I believe it was an ogre that was wailing away at the door. So you can see that there's still, obviously the door is basically just practically bent in half, so it's technically closed, but I mean, it's certainly not keeping out any kind of air or anything like that. You can also see that there's no one coming into it, but you can definitely hear the sound of people within the tavern. Quiet voices, obviously. This is not a very not a festive kind of place at the moment, but there are people
We still
within.
have rooms in the tavern?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See if
Who
we
knows
can-
what the condition
Oh.
they're in now, but
Well,
yeah.
I know, but open the door. I mean, get there and see if we can actually get in.
It is a mess in here. Tables have also been smashed, and you can see that the door itself was not only stove in, but there were, you can see a couple of bloodstains on the floor here as well. If you had to guess, the fighting probably at one point just kind of came right inside the inn, basically. But you can also see that the innkeeper and some of the other townsfolk are here. You can see that a few of them are sort of bandaged. One of them has their arm in a sling, but there doesn't seem to be anyone, Nisiana, who is like at death's door, and they're kind of going over and sort of slowly trying to clean up the floor. And there's a number of people as well who are just sort of sitting at the tables. Again, most of the chairs are smashed, so some people are just like sitting on what's left. Like, a couple of people have flipped the chairs over so they can sit on like the last, substantive part of the chair somehow, and like things like that, so that they can actually drink at the tables. And
I can do something about this.
okay, yeah, when you come in, they all sort of, some of them look up at you, and mostly just everybody looks tired, just like very weary and tired, and so on. But when you come in, they all look, and you get the impression, both Merime and Nisiana, that they're kind of like, they're not going to give you a standing ovation. They're too tired, but they clearly know the role that your group played in some level.
What's the bartender's name or the tavern owner's name?
The tavern owner's name. That's a good question. I too have had a million bartenders. So let me double check, because I don't remember. Right, not that. I know about that. Let's see. Yes. Reeson Smith. This is the Grey Beyond. You might remember is the name of this place. And yes, this is Reeson Smith, who is human, and is one of the ones who is kind of wearily looking at you from behind the bar.
Good morning, Reeson. Do you mind if I fix your door?
Mind? No, you can fix what you want if you can manage it, but it ain't gonna be easy. We can't bend that thing back into place ourselves without a carpenter.
Eberron will provide. And I will spend the next minute mending his door.
All right.
Because I know from personal experience, when someone has a hole in their house, like I did last year, it's very disturbing. So I will fix their door. And I will let my sister be all talkative for the full minute that it's going to take me to.
What are you talking about, Merime, while Nisiana is working on the door?
I'm going to as I'm talking, I'm just going to prestidigitation some of the blood stains away too, just to help clean up the space.
Okay. Okay.
But it looks like the people could use a little bit of a pick me up here, right? Like it's been kind of a downtime here,
Yeah.
and I would I be in the way or completely out of line here to propose that perhaps a little bit of singing might refresh your spirits here and there?
Well,
Nothing dark.
I suppose most of the people that are in here are still kind of in shock. I'm more or less the same way. Yeah, I mean, if you got something that ain't this, he kind of like sort of lifts his hands and kind of helplessly gestures at the disastrous mess.
You know what I've seen, and I was talking about it with my friends earlier as well, is when there was all of this destruction and when there was all of this hardship and all of this pain and hardship and dying, and she uses hardship like 3 times. She's really into this word right now.
Okay.
What we did see was we saw the people of salvation coming together. And what remains here, everything that you see around you and all of the people and the lives that remain, they're here because of everyone that makes up salvation. And no matter what the town becomes from here on out, those are the people and the voices and the faces that I want to celebrate with you. Let's remember what we have left and who we have left, and not everything we've lost, although we should always remember them, and we will. Let's celebrate the future of salvation, because from these ashes, something even more powerful and more memorable will rise. You can see it. You saw it moments yesterday that were destructive, but others that were amazing. Maybe it's time we highlight those two to remind them that, yeah, it was really tough. It sucked. But man, you really pulled through as well.
So there's a long pause, and then one of the people in the back is like, the slow clap. You don't get the impression it's sarcastic. Everyone else kind of looks up wearily, and one of them from one of the tables, a halfling, says, "That sounds good, but salvation itself it's not going to be saved now. It's practically destroyed. Next group of bandits comes through, that's going to be the end of it. Smart money is to get out of town if you're still alive."
No, the smart money, and I've been through the wars. I know a lot of you have as well. And the smart money is always to stick by those who have been good to you, to stick by the people and the places who have supported you. And if salvation comes together now, if you don't forget the core of who and what you are, if you don't forget to help each other, to mend your buildings and yourselves, I gently wave towards my sister, who is probably done mending the door
Yes.
by now, then you will come out stronger than before. It's a lot of work. I'm not saying it's going to just happen, but salvation's been through something, yes, but you're still here, and you're here together.
People surprise us. Unexpected people surprise us.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a pause, and then someone pipes up, a dwarf from near the fireplace, which is currently cold, of course, near one of the walls, and he says, "Like who?"
Well, there were a lot of people. I mean, Nisiana and I can name so many, and I think we'd start throwing out some names of some heroics we've seen without starting with Zodar, and we'd go with Whist.
And talk about Whist, who is staying despite the danger. And by the way, as we are talking, I'll go to the first broken chair, and I'm just gonna use the cantrip, and I'm gonna start mending chairs, and then offer the chair to someone sitting on a broken one,
Okay.
so that they take it. And as we talk, and I'm really rebuilding bits.
Okay.
And I'm prestidigitation cleaning up as we go too, and setting a nice fire in the fireplace.
There, she was working for.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, do you know who said he's going to stay and protect this place? Told me to my face.
And they kind of all look.
I look at Marion, my sister. I'm like,
It's Zodar. He told me to, and I saw him fight for all of you as well.
Zodor, the dwarf says, and Zodor, you can't trust a shifter. You know the type. He'll take over as soon as you all leave. And you
No.
hear a couple of murmured agreements.
a shifter like Yana, who's part of our group.
And so there's a more like sort of chatting with each other.
You
Well,
know what-
maybe some of them are okay, the same voice says.
But you know what shifters do? It's shifters believe in packs, but packs aren't necessarily other shifters. Packs are their people. Packs are this town. And if someone like Zodar says, I will stay and protect this town, what they're saying is, I will stay and protect my pack, which means that you have someone willing to stand up no matter what to help salvation. If someone who's been put on the side, on the fringes for so long is willing to stand up, that means that you are something special, all of you, and that no matter what, he will be here.
And despite what people have said about him, he's giving you all another chance, another reason to be here. Don't you think you should give him the chance too?
And so there's like
Fix the
then-
next chair.
and then one of the then next to the dwarf there is what might be maybe a half elf stands up from the table and a little unsteadily. You think perhaps the combination of what they saw yesterday and the reality that it's always happy hour somewhere means that they've decided to and they come over a little unsteadily and they say to Marame, they go past you, Nisiana, for a moment. They kind of look and see what you're doing with the chair. And then they go all the way up to Marame and they're like, are you saying that me and these people, are you saying that we should trust Zodor? And that's good for us. You could smell the alcohol in the breath,
I take him by the shoulder, so partly so he doesn't fall down, and I'm like, what I'm saying is, and what we're saying is, trust those who stand by salvation, and that includes Zodar, and it includes all of you. You stand together, you will be stronger. It is for your good. And then I gently put him down on a chair.
Yeah, so he kind of like
Nisiana has fixed.
he's sort of like make a persuasion check for me, please, Marame. I would like you to do this at advantage.
Ah, thank you. I was just about to ask if I could do it at advantage. She's like, you read my mind.
Well, I read your role play. It's what led you, both of you.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes.
Well, dang. It's pretty good. So he's like,
Teamwork.
For those watching at home, that would be a 27.
27. So he does that and he's just like, I'm drunk. That means nothing to me. No, he doesn't do that. He says, he stands up. He's like, you know what I think? You know what I think? And he puts his hand on your shoulder and then sort of like leans forth and kind of draws back. So for one moment, you're like, is he going to punch me out? And then he's like, and then he spins and you narrowly miss being clocked accidentally by his hand. Clearly that wasn't what he meant. And he addresses the tavern and he says, I think that this town is a pile of crap. I think all of you are also piles of crap because you live in this pile of crap. But a pile of crap is worth saving because it's your pile of crap. So if we, and then the dwarf says, would you shut up, Rodor, and sit down for love of God? If I have to listen to another sot sound like wisdom, I'm going to throw up. Just sit down. And he says, and then he just sits down And the dwarf stands instead and says, "He's a drunken fool, but he's right about one thing. If what you did for us is the kind of thing you think Zodor will do, well, then I'll back it. What are the rest of you going to do? Wait for a Rulin to stab you in the back? And everyone just kind of looks, and he says, I think this is the only place we've got. So yeah, we'll listen to Zodor. We're not going to bow a knee to him, you understand? But if he does right by us, well then, we'll do right by him. All right. I can see it." And he sort of says this as, Nisiana, you were handing him one of the mended chairs.
Yep.
And he kind of sits it down and he says, "Now, could you get that drunken sod off before he falls off the chair?" Because as you look, you notice that he's now slid to one side and is prepared to depart to the floor below.
This is way too familiar.
Yes. Maybe
just fix
since
that.
I don't drink, it's drawn from observational experience, of which I've had way too many. Way too much. Also high quick save. Okay. So, and Reeson sort of draws you aside, Marame and Nisiana, and he says, "That was pretty good, I have to say. Isn't a whole lot that these people can do to draw them together, but you got them at the right time. Most of the time, these people are at each other's throats, but right now, this pulled them together. I mean, I don't think it'll last. Nothing ever does here, but, well, I'll take it over a cup of spit, as they say." And he says, "Thank you. I'll spread the word. Zodor," and he kind of shrugs like he can't believe this, but he's like, "Well, it's better than a crap in a cup, as they say." You've never
Or
heard
poke
this
in the eye
phrase
with a sharp
ever.
stick.
Yeah.
Or even stole one.
You like that? The combination of memes of sayings that clearly are like not have anything to do with the endings. Like it's like finding a needle and a bird in the hand, you know, that type of thing. But anyway, so he nods and thanks you. And I would say that would be about when Ilarion arrives, and we're going to come back to Ilarion in a minute, and then we'll come back to Marame and Nisiana. But unless there's something with this particular interaction you want to finish, I don't want to take us away from that. Unless, are you two cool with that interaction thus far?
Yeah.
I feel like we did good. I think we'd spent a bit more time just in Nisiana's still mending, and I'm
mending,
Yes.
Prestidigitating,
and having
so
a
to speak.
kind word to the people who are still there, and you know, if somebody has a bandage, that I'm like, okay, no, that actually needs to be fixed. Let me fix that.
I'll strum a bit, you know, if there's not need for singing, but just a little mood light music, and just wait for our friends and hang out with my sister.
I love it.
I have a cantrip that works.
Cantrips, success for cantrips. Tantan, while this is going on, you have made your way out of Hilar's home. He's obviously staying back there with the Oracle. Yeah, no, it sounds, what Rudnell says was the moral of the story is if you want people to listen, you just got to kill half of them. Gotcha. And that's kind of dark, but basically that is exactly what Watchmen argues.
I was like, actually, yeah, that was.
Literally what Watchmen argues. And it's a very interesting kind of philosophical discussion. Just one that takes less time to discuss than Alan Moore thinks it does. But anyway, but I digress. No, it is actually a pretty interesting thought. Anyway, so Tenton, you are making your way up to where Garunda is, which is in the salvage market. And those of you who may not know, the salvage market, of course, can be found right here. And it is right next to where, for some reason, there is a stoved-in wall leading from the market to the Church of the Silver Flame. Now, you have no idea how that happened, or who might have been responsible for breaking down the wall.
Tantan wasn't there. He has no idea.
Yeah, I mean, so you just sort of see it. That's what I'm saying. Like, you see it and you're just like, who would have done this thing? You assume it was part of the assassin's attack or something. Crazy. Who would destroy the wall of a church, right? But anyway, while you're in there, you arrive there to find that the market itself is largely broken it looks also like a mess. I mean, tables are overturned. There are also bloodstains everywhere. Sacks of grain or sacks of some kind of food are on the ground, just sort of spilling out on the ground. The whole place just looks like a disaster. And you can see over in one area that Garunda is actually there working with her daughter, whose name I have suddenly forgotten. I will
Remember their
Bellalore?
dog's name is Errol.
say again.
Bellalore.
Yes, Bellalore, thank you. Garunda and Bellalore are working there, and it's actually Bellalore who's the goblin, and Garunda was her daughter. So Bellalore is working on things as you come in, and when she sees you, she also looks weary, like bags under the eyes, the whole 9 yards, and she says, and she says, Tantin, and well, I've heard a lot of things, and from what folks have said, you folks stopped all this. I mean, not in time to save everybody, but there wouldn't be anything left to save if it hadn't been for you. Thank you. And comes over with, Garunda. Both Bellalore and Garunda come over and kind of, pat you on the shoulder. Bellalore does and says, I wish I had anything I could help you with, Tantin, but we're all wrecked here. There's nothing left of my goods. It's going to take me some time to recover it all. At least that sleep and gush, and then starts like cursing in Goblin. I don't know whether you've picked up enough from your lessons, but it basically talks about unmentionable things and impossible things that people can do to themselves that are just not possible, but that she's clearly talking about with Arulin. So there's a lot of that muttering.
If you're going to learn a language, you need to learn the important stuff first.
No doubt. Like emphasis words, right? You start with emphasis words, yes. There's a lot of emphasis words. And so, yeah, she just kind of trails off as she's muttering to herself.
Well, actually, I need something from you.
But I'd be happy to help, but I don't have anything I don't have anything. I'm afraid I've just destroyed and she kind of points helplessly at the...
What I need is a box this big by this big by this big.
And she looks around and like there's like 15 such boxes because half of them are like empty now. And she's kind of like, well, I mean, there's that. And she points at one such box.
Yes, that should do fine.
And so she kind of pushes it over to you and she says, all right, here you are. I don't know even what to charge you for it. Probably.
Well, that's all right. I already know what I'm going to pay you for it.
Okay.
And he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a little box. And he opens said box and he reaches inside and he pulls out a navigation crystal worth 50 salvage. And he says, this should help to get you going again.
And she kind of looks at the... By the 9. Are you... Can I, look at that?
And he hands it over.
And she kind of looks at it, and Bellalore holds it up to the light, and then goes over and says, well, God's damn it, where? And is like sorting through things, and then finally pulls out this incredibly battered, like, monocle type scope, basically, and kind of
I don't have mine in here, but yeah.
Does this thing, and then like, and looks back at her daughter, who's just kind of eyes wide, but this is, I mean, this thing's worth practically the whole market. I mean, you need to save this for you. I can't take this. I don't have anything I can exchange for it. I
just gave me a box.
Well, but the box is not, it's worth, and she kind of trails off helplessly, and is just holding the crystal, and she says, why?
Then let us also call it a down payment on a favor.
All right. What favor? She says with one scope in her eye still and like holding up this other one.
As she looks up.
Yeah, exactly.
With the demise of Sheriff, it seems as though the town, a lot of people are very close to giving up.
I don't
And he just
blame
kind
him.
of looks around like, but we have a plan. And the favor that I want from you is help with this plan.
And she nods slowly, and she's like, well, I don't know how much I am for plans, but if you're the one suggesting it, then I'll do what I can.
We'll see when you hear what it is. We are going to leave someone who has promised to help the town, to help Salvation to rebuild and become better, and...
One of you?
No.
Oh, and she and Garunda both kind of like,
Zodor.
And she just, for a moment, her expression just goes flat, and she's like, Zodor.
Yes.
You know he's a salvage broker like me, right?
I do, and I also know that competition is healthy. And you have a significant piece of investment right there in your hand.
And she kind of holds it up and looks at it, and she's like, I don't understand. You're putting me into business to compete with Zodor?
To both compete and help support.
Well, how am I
The
going to
two of
support
you-
him if... And
The two of you working together can help bring this town back from the brink upon which it stands. You will also help keep each other in check.
Look, I don't think I could help this town as leading it. I'm just a salvage broker, and so's he. What makes you think he could lead it any better than I could?
I'm not asking you to lead. I'm not asking him to lead. I am asking the two of you to be respectable business persons, pillars of the community who can help to support what's going on, the process of rebuilding not only its structures, but its culture.
Literally, when you say, like, pillars, she's kind of like, and then when you say, I
As we
expect you
both
to
kind
be
of look at
examples.
the wall.
Yeah. She will know, and mostly just like, it's as if you're like, and then respectable. And she's kind of like, every time you say this, she's like, what? And then she kind of says, and you trust him?
I believe he's proven that he can be worthy. There are places that I have seen where goblins aren't trusted any further than they can be thrown. But you have proven, beyond any shadow of doubt, that you can be trusted. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
And she looks down at the crystal, the navigation crystal, and then back up at you, and then over at her daughter. And you can hear a sort of screeching of metal as Garunda's dog kind
Errol.
of crawls up. You can see that one of its legs is badly bent, as if it was hit in combat. It comes up, and she looks back at you, and I need you to make a persuasion check for me, Tantin. You can do this at advantage, too.
Okay. This is gonna suck.
Believe in you, Tantin.
Persuasion,
I
good.
believe you can
You
fly.
got this.
I'm going to do this at
It
advantage.
cannot be worse than mine.
Oh, well, 19.
Yeah.
Woof, well
Dude, not even
done.
close. Much better.
And
Mine will suck.
And so, and you do that, and she kind of... This is the strangest time. And then she trails off and she says, if you had asked me that a day ago, I would have told you you were absolutely out of your head. And I guess now, and she looks over at Garunda, who's now actually smiling a little bit. I guess I'm also out of my head. You think, and she looks at her daughter, and Garunda says, I do think this makes sense, Ma. You know it does. And
Make a
Bellalor's
council
like,
of merchants or something.
and Bellalor says, amazing. Perhaps we could model it after a former city. You'll find out about it. No, just much love, Trent. Thank you. Anyway, so she says, all right. I'll back him for whatever my voice will do. But listen, I mean, Irulan's, I don't know if she's going to come back. What? And she stops, and she almost drops the crystal and is like, what? Gone? What do you mean she's gone?
As she almost drops the crystal, mage hand appears underneath.
Yeah,
Like,
well, so she catches it, and then your mage hand is underneath hers, and she's like, sorry. And she like, what do you mean she's gone?
From what I've heard, she left.
Where did she go?
South. Estish.
And, so again, looks at her daughter, and her daughter's like, and she says, all right. Yeah, I'll support him. But listen, you got to promise me something, all right? You all did missions for me, and you did a great job with them, and, well, some of them were even more important than others. And she kind of puts an arm around the shoulder of her daughter, and she says, that means if you're leaving someone in charge, it means you're going away too, aren't you?
Yes.
She holds up the crystal and she says, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you go on this journey, wherever it is, and you die, I will make my way into the afterlife and find you and bring you back from the dead so I can kill you again myself. Now, do I make that clear?
Given where we're going, death might be preferable.
No, she says. You have to give me my word you're going to try to avoid it.
Avoid going to Sean? I would love
avoid
to.
going to death.
Oh. Well, yes.
All right. Well, and she kind of like holds it and then sort of suddenly just hugs you, clearly in a no one planned this. Yeah, well, that's how she does. Because she does it for a second, then she's like, yes, right. Well, you better get on then. I got things I got to clean up. And she stops and says, thank you. I mean, really, for everything. And she kind of points at the crystal. Thank you. And stay alive. And she kind of turns away. You hear what sounds suspiciously like a sniffle. And
try some ginger. Should help with
and Garunda, again comes over and just sort of pats you on the shoulder and says, thank you too, for Ma and me. We'll do what we can to spread the word. You're going to need more than us, though. I hope you're talking to some other folks, too.
He points down at Errol. Do you need me to take a look at that?
If you wouldn't mind, I think he's okay, but it was that knoll. It came down with one of its spears and kind of bashed him in the leg.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
So
and the tools come out.
Yeah. And you're able to take a few minutes to do that. And it is not permanent. One of the things that you're impressed with is that this thing holds together as well as it does under all given the circumstances.
I mean, it's just an iron defender, not a steel.
Yeah. I mean, really, like seriously, this is such old iPhone 2 technology, really.
I tell you. Yeah.
So you managed to bend it back into place. And after a few minutes of that, good as new, dog goes around wagging its metal tail, which is, of course, what it always does as part of its design.
Wham, wham, wham.
Basically,
Ow.
yes.
Well, it's kind of a Doberman-looking thing, so it's probably just a little nub.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, and so it, and she says, "Thank you again, Tanton.
Mm-hmm.
Be careful, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Garunda, get over here. We got some things to fix and talk about." Bellalor says,
See?
still sniffling. And so, Tanton, if you then head out, where are you headed up to the tavern?
Heading back to
Or Hilar's house.
Hilar's house to tell him what I just told them,
Okay.
and then probably head up to the bar.
Okay. Then, since it is 9:30, I think that's going to be a good spot for her to take our break. When I come back, we will deal with Alarian's things, and then we'll, I believe at that point, unless I'm mistaken, take the party on its way. And I have a bit of a surprise for the party when that happens, to take them on their way out of Salvation. You have been watching
think so.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? You've bested my gnolls, so that means that you can...
Oh,
Really cannot choose the snake in front of me. Anyway,
Bested them. I'm dating one of them. That's fine.
you are watching the exceptional D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew, played today by Trundane Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, and by Jennifer Brozek. We hope you folks are enjoying this as much as I'm enjoying it, and we will have you folks back here in just about 10 minutes, right around a little just before 9:45, and then we will play on from there. So please, if you haven't already done so, follow the channel and all that good stuff, and we'll get back to you in just a little bit. Hold tight. Okay, we are back, wonderful denizens of the internet and our chat. Welcome back to day 18 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron, Oracle of War, A Century of Ashes, Part 1, as we are about to, or not about to, but shortly we'll be transitioning here into Season 2. I also want to make one quick announcement, just as a reminder to chat, which is that if you are enjoying this, a reminder that you're going to see a second session of this next weekend, I believe, and then we have a session early in May, and then a big deal, which is ArvCon is coming up. Now, those of you, many of you will be familiar with ArvCon. This is the charity convention that is in its 8th year now. That is raising money for the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We have raised over $20,000 over the last 7 years for that cause. We raised $7,000 last year alone, and so we are going to be doing everything we can to break that barrier, or break that, record that we set last year, this coming year, and that's going to be done in multiple ways. Damon Runyon has already said that they are going to be supporting us, hopefully with some Tiltify integration. Regardless, they will have their own PayPal set up for us so that we'll be able to contribute. You'll be able to contribute regardless of where you are in the world as well. So there is no longer a problem if you are outside the country and want to contribute to it. And there are going to be, of course, multiple events. We will have a concert again. We will have multiple tabletop events happening. We will have this going on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And we will be having a particular marathon session of this particular campaign on one of those days that weekend, probably Sunday, but I got to talk to these players to make sure. The reason I mention that is because there's always a friendly little competition between the various groups in terms of who raises the most. And the last that I had heard, the Esper Genesis crew is, I would say, even slightly smug about their ability to raise the most money. Because they raised the most last year, and they were like, listen, it's pretty obvious who, really brings the juice when it comes to this charity. So I convey that with no comment to this group other than to say that one might say it's on. And if there is stuff to be raised, and if this group can raise it, it will be up to you folks to do it. And you will have a marathon session in which that money can be raised. So I'm just letting people know to mark your calendars as we speak. Yes, Trent, you were going to say.
No. Did you inform them that Damon Runyon does not accept juice as donations? Do they even realize that?
I don't think that came through to them, no. It didn't even occur. Yeah. Really didn't even.
It sounds like quite a disadvantage we won't tell them about.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Exactly. Yeah. We got lots of juice. Haha, joke's on you. But anyway, so you will definitely want to mark your calendars for that. In all seriousness, it is a very special event. It's a personally important event for me. As I've talked about, my mother passed away from breast cancer. I know many people, including people in this call, have been affected by this one way or the other. And so this is something which did a great deal. So you're pretty sure it was CD&D that raised the most last year? Was it? I don't know, Rock God, although I do note that you being one of the people that was trying to raise lots of money, Red Lair cancels the juice order. Was it you? You stand by that? I have to double check. Esper Genesis made a big early push, and maybe I'm thinking about it from 2 years ago. Anyway, but you can already see that Rockot has also again laid down the gauntlet, for that sort of thing. So
but
also
he's doing it wrong. Don't lay it down.
Throw it down. Throw down. Anyway, but regardless, so I'm just letting chat know that this is going to be happening. It will be a special event. We also have giveaways. Rock God is going to be giving away one of his incredible, and I mean these are amazing. If you haven't seen these before, he is a professional photographer, and these things that he's able to put on these metal sheets, which are like suitable for immediate framing. These things are spectacular. So Rockwood is again going to be doing that as one of the giveaways to the main donators. I have a box sitting behind me given to us by Prince Justin, who last year did one of these sort of a small on a stand deals, and he was kind enough to send me one also, which was really nice of him. So he's done that again this year. We also have something special, which is coming from it's not Athos, but it's related to something that Athos has produced. So there's that. There is also a signed copy of something coming. So there's multiple giveaways and things like that, which is going to be great. And yes, GOG raised a lot as well. Hopefully GOG will be supporting us too. I have emails and so forth out to them. So that's the deal with that. Yeah, exactly. The shots are just ready to hang. Exactly. I know. They look amazing. So 7,000 was a big amount of money, but do I think we can break this? Yes, I do. I think we can. I think we have the tools and we got the talent. So I'm just letting everybody know that is the case.
Thank you, Mr. Zedmore.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that said, let us move back into the game. So so we dealt with Nisiana Merame, we've dealt with Tantan. So Alarian, that brings us to you. Where exactly were you headed first? Because you had a couple of places you were going to check into, I believe.
Church.
Okay. So the first step then is to go to your brand new PC's GPU just deep fried itself. Aw, Light and Passion, that sucks, dude. Man, Light and Passion still remains near and dear to this campaign because Light and Passion is the one who made us the incredible Eberron inspired dice that we had. That sucks, dude.
I still have them.
Me too.
Those are so good. Oh man, incredible. Okay, so I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Okay, so here we are. You were joking about raising the most. We very much didn't, but I like to think we did. Okay, I thought I had lost my mind for a minute. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know. Anyway, yes, those are the ones
in
from
God's own mind.
Those dice are so good. Okay, so when you come to the church and you walk inside it, first of all, you note again, Alarian, although you happen to know the reason as to why the wall is broken in halfway, and you have some knowledge about that. But also you see that Mother Johanna. Yeah, exactly. If it's possible for a Starforge to uncomfortably adjust their collar. In addition to that, Mother Johanna is in the Church of the Silver Flame, the Chapel of the Silver Flame, attending to her flock. And basically, this church has been turned into kind of a makeshift infirmary. A lot of the pews have been turned over. Some of them are smashed too, Alarian, which suggests that some of the fighting might have gotten in here first. But some of the pews have just been turned over, and there are people lying on the benches. Some of them are just lying on the floor. A lot of people are not moving at all. And you can see not only Mother Johanna, but her acolyte or her assistant basically is going from person to person at the same time and trying to help people. You get the impression that it's sort of like walking into a battlefield after the battle has already ended, in the sense that it's not quite as frantic now, but you get the impression it must have been frantic earlier on because there's just so many people and so much stuff, and there aren't that many people. It's not like Salvation has a major hospital or something, so a lot of people to attend to, and the room does not smell particularly great either, although the ventilation out of the south wall really helps. But in any case, so when you walk in, you can see that she's...
did it.
Yeah, exactly. Part of the plan to avoid
That's right.
poisoning people.
Part of my master plan.
So, but she is scurrying from person to person, looks very, very tired.
Well, it has to be done. They will wait very patiently until there is some sort of lull, or maybe she notices them standing there near the door.
Yeah, at one point she kind of looks up and, I'm sorry, Alarian. What can I do for you? If you're hurt, I can try to do what I can, but I'm afraid
There's no need. Oh, sorry. That is not the voice.
Who are you, and what have you done with Alarian?
I am fine. Mother Johanna.
Yes.
I understand you are busy here, but I need a few moments of your time.
And she says, well, I have only a few, but I will do what I can. Can you, and she says to the acolyte, just take over with him there. Karna may need some extra work. And he nods and goes over to this man who's breathing very shallowly. And there's a bowl of what looks like maybe sort of dirty in that it's been used clearly already, water sort of sitting next to him. And she comes over to you and says, yes, what can I do for you?
Is there a place we can talk in private?
And she sort of sighs and says, well, not much. There's the area behind the altar. People won't be able to hear too much. There's nothing really private at the moment, ever since, well, something broke through my southern wall.
I noticed. Hopefully you'll be able to get that repaired soon. Let us retire to behind the altar. That is probably enough.
Okay, and so she walks past the pews and everything and ends up ultimately back here. Oops, sorry.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. Yep. Okay.
First, I wish to thank you.
For what?
The assistance the Church of the Silver Flame gave, I believe it was both myself and Merrimack, was invaluable in the fight to save salvation.
Well,
I have seen a lot of divine intervention, guidance, assistance, call it what you will, but to be touched by it oneself was very interesting.
and she nods and she says, I find that revelation works in strange forms and arrives in strange ways. I'm glad that it was of help to you, some help, and I wish I could have done more. I assume from you being here that you were successful. Obviously the attack stopped, I could tell that. You must therefore have helped, so thank you. I'm glad that we were able to be of some assistance.
Yes. The invaders have all been destroyed. I assume you've been here since the attack, most likely.
I didn't make that out, John. Sorry, what was that?
I assume you have been here since the attack, most likely.
Absolutely. I have stirred not further than the bounds of this church. I have had a steady stream of people in here that needed healing. I did as much as I could with divine healing, and then it was basic work, medic work, really. I don't know how many of them, and I've lost some. It's very, very sad. But yes, I've been here the whole time.
So you are unaware of the events that have transpired since?
No, other than the attacks have stopped.
Well, let's keep going. All right. The biggest one so far that you need to be aware of is that Aurelian Karnak has left town.
She has.
Correct.
Wherefore?
The reports say she was headed south with wagon carts of material goods of some kind, and most, if not all, for people.
Stripping what's left of the town, no doubt, so she can profit on it. Well, having her out from the town can only be a good thing, but having her out on her own with no one watching her, that could be just as bad.
Indeed, especially with what we found out while we were doing our investigations here. And at this, Illyrian brings out again the Emerald Claw mask.
And she looks at it, and her expression kind of hardens a little bit. Yes, I recognize it. Where did you get it?
In a place that was controlled by Aurelian Karnak in town.
Of course it was. The rumors all said that she was involved with them, but no one could prove it. Well, I suppose it's just like her to get out of town before she could be confronted with the evidence of her own... And she kind of stops herself. My mind must be for healing now, not hate. But this woman... And she just sort of shakes her head and she says, that's proof enough. Maybe if you were to bring it to Sheriff, they might be able to do something.
Unfortunately, that will not be possible.
Why?
Along with the townspeople, Sheriff was also struck down in the fight. She is no more.
And she sighs heavily. You can see the weariness just settling onto her like a blanket. And she says, She did her best. There was a time that was the only thing salvation respected by way of the law. I am sorry to
She
hear
did.
that.
As was I. However, we must now, you must now look to the future. With the advent of the lightning realm coming here again, salvation is about to undergo rapid change. If not managed properly, the results could be disastrous.
I didn't think you were interested in city planning, Ilarion.
I am interested in salvation surviving, as I know you are too.
She nods.
Myself and my group have taken steps to ensure that salvation, despite its main problem, gone, will not fall prey to someone else. Part of that is Wisp, assuming, I hope, the role of sheriff. I am off to talk to them after I speak with you. The other part is putting together a coalition of willing townspeople to stand together, side by side, and protect what is everyone's.
You mean like a sort of a defense, a town militia almost?
Right now, I would not put it as militantly as that. It is a band of like-minded individuals who want salvation to succeed. It does not need to have the militaristic overtones you're mentioning. I'm talking about citizens of the town right now.
All right. Who did you have in mind?
When we have already spoken to, and the logical one, since salvation is about to become, I think, an outpost / trading post, Zodor Tariff.
Now, when you say Zodor Tariff, she's like, Zodor Tariff.
Correct.
You think he is the one to manage salvation?
Not alone. Which is why I'm talking to you right now. Individually, one person trying to seize control would be unfortunate. But if a group were to band together, not only to stand side by side, but also, let's be honest, keep an eye on each other, then that group will be even stronger. And their strength shall become salvation's strength. You had said just a few minutes ago your mind must be on healing, not hate. I want you to keep that mindset as we go forward. Please.
If
Salvation needs it now more than ever.
And she says, if you want me to focus on healing, you can't possibly expect me to be working alongside someone like Zodor Tarev. I would have to spend every second making sure there wasn't a knife in my back, let alone helping someone like that. I've got to try to heal these people. I can't do that and keep watch on someone like this. You can't trust someone like him.
You will not be alone in this endeavor. A few days ago, actually, a couple of weeks ago, I came to you and asked you to vouch for Wisp to work under sheriff's tutelage. You admittedly had misgivings, which I understand, and yet you allowed it, which I appreciate. You were willing to trust me then. I'm asking you to trust me on this now.
And she, when you say whist again, she sighs and she says, as for that, my belief or trust in you and her may not have mattered. Come with me. And she brings you outside of the altar again and brings you down to about midway through the leftmost set of pews. And right on the side of one of those pews lying there is Whist. Now, Whist looks to be in a bad way. You can actually see that the side of Whist looks like it was kind of ripped up. Basically, the armor and tunic looks like it was ripped up, and there's blood on it, and her face looks more green than anything. And sorry, go ahead.
Still alive?
Yes. And she says, Mother Johanna says, she's alive, and maybe I can keep her that way. At least 5 of the people in this church, she personally saved, pulled them out of battle, managed to drive off one of those creatures. It was the snake that did the worst damage to her, though. It slithered around next to her. I saw it happen right outside the doors of this church, and bit her in the side. She fell to the ground. Then something frightened it away. I couldn't tell what it was. I came out and brought in Whist, but even though the bite was not that severe, the poison is more so. I have spent a good deal of time trying to draw the poison forth, but all I've been able to do is keep her in a sort of half-stable position. The next half hour or so will tell the tale as to whether she makes it through.
Excuse me. And Alarian straightens, leaves the church, goes up to the inn, and finds Nisiana.
Okay.
You notice the door is mended, by the way, Alarian.
Cool. That's true. It was broken, wasn't it? 'Cause by the ogre?
Yes.
Half ogre? Yeah.
By the ogre, yep.
It looks perfect.
They sweep in, find out wherever you're sitting, go to you, and of course, standing right over you, whether you're sitting with the guy. You are needed.
Okay. Take me there. I just let him grab me.
And pretty much he gently picks her up, puts her on their shoulder.
Okay.
And we go back to the church. Yoink.
I'll just stroll behind them,
Well,
drinking
you're
something.
gonna have to run because he's moving fast.
You realize that we're in a vaguely Western, dystopian, nearly post-apocalyptic city, and you have a little person on the top of a big giant-like person. Please tell me that there isn't like, who is the Master Blaster? Who runs Bartertown? Who runs Salvation?
Not us. We're going away.
We're
But I'm
going
gonna
away
heal
from
people.
something.
Not
The live
so much.
suing's got me. Master Blaster. Oh, man. For all the problems that movie has, that whole world building
There were
sequence of
bits.
that
There
stuff in the
were-
city.
yeah.
Oh, my God. There were so many good moments despite all of that. Even the bust a deal and break a wheel thing, the whole Thunderdome thing is kind of badass. Like, it's not as good as Road Warrior. But anyway, okay. I digress. So when you come in there, you can see Mother Johanna is, moved to other patients and kind of looks up when she sees you come in. And Nisiana, you can see what I have just described as Alarian brings you over to Whist's body. Whist looks to be in a bad way. It's a pretty bad bite wound in the side, clearly a puncture wound as of fangs. But the real issue, obviously, is poison. This is no joke, this poison, and Whist looks to be a mess.
All right. Well, then I will try lesser restoration on her.
Okay. When you do this, you cast it and murmur some prayers as well to Eberron, of course, and there's moments that sort of pauses, and you can gradually see the green beginning to fade from Whist's face. Her breathing becomes more level, and then somewhat less shallow, and finally she looks as if she's resting fairly comfortably. And Mother Johanna comes over and looks down and sees what has happened, and she looks at you, Nisiana, and that is powerful healing magic. That may have done what must be done. If she can survive now for the next half hour or hour or so, then she may be out of danger. Thank you.
Who are your worst 6 in here?
She was the worst. The others have either gone or are out of danger. There are perhaps 2 more, and she kind of leads you to 2 others that are also in not great shape, although not as bad as Whist was.
Okay. Does she look hurt?
No, she looks exhausted, but does not look hurt.
Okay. So I know we have at least a day. So at this point,
Technically half a day. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, because the train's supposed to arrive
I am
sometime
going to
today.
sleep between now and then.
That's fine.
That's the important
That's
thing.
fine. Yeah.
So I will do a mass healing on 6 people.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh wait, that only does 4. Go to 4 plus D. Oh, fire. Okay, well, I will still, actually, sorry, mass healing word.
Okay.
All right. What does that do? How does that work? When's the last time I used that? There.
Remember,
And then-
NPCs don't have anywhere near as many hit points as we do.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, but you'll also have to add on 5 more hit points to that. So everybody who is injured gets another 13 points.
That's a big boost, and actually, the that a lot of the people, the people there really, you can tell that improves the situation markedly, and you can see relief on the face of Mother Johanna's assistant, and of course Mother Johanna herself, and she again thanks you profusely for your
Working together, the silver flame, and Eberron provides. It's the only way we will survive. And I kind of nod to her.
And she nods as well, and she says, "It is the only way. It is sometimes hard to maintain faith when things like this happen, but this is proof. More proof."
Nisiana does speak truth. Working together instead of at odds with each other is the only way salvation will survive, even with the rail.
And so
The
she
rail is going to bring change, a lot of change, more people.
and she looks
It
up.
must be managed carefully.
She looks up at you again, and then she looks to you, Nisiana, and she says, "They claim," gesturing to Ilarion, "that you want to have Zodor Tarev be in some sort of role of prominence here. Do you go along with this?"
Yes, he has told me to my face that he believes in salvation and that it is time for a change, that he needs to protect salvation. Change is coming. Those who love salvation need to work together. It's not going to be easy, but there are others in the city you can trust. Garunda, Bellalore, and I gesture to Whist. And they will need also a guiding hand.
And she says, "I understand that he may have said this to your face, but his belief as to what salvation means, perhaps he needs to protect it for his profit or for the power that he could gain from it. How can you be sure that he tells you the truth simply because he says it to you?"
In this case, Zodor Terra's desire for profit, which he has made no bones about, it is his primary, driving personal goal, goes hand in hand with ensuring that salvation survives. Just as it is the same for you and your church, ensuring salvation survives. He cannot sell out of a ruin. You cannot preach out of a ruin. Your interests lie closer together than you may think, Mother Johanna tells Ginros.
And she sighs and she looks kind of uncertainly at you, Ilarion, and then looks back down at Nisiana again. You are driven by faith.
I am.
And you have faith in this Sodor.
Every person you have looked at and you have said, I believe in you. What have you seen in their eyes? What have you seen them do?
Hope?
I've seen that with Zodor. He wants salvation to be his home. And I don't think many have given him the chance to let him prove himself like he's proven to us. And I think your word, your second chance to him, goes so far.
She kind of pauses and... You say you've gotten Bellalore behind this? That's all?
Oh, recent and who is the... I don't think he ever gave us her name when I was fixing the chair.
No, just one of the dwarves.
One of the dwarves.
Pilar Brissell has also agreed to this arrangement.
And she kind of nods slowly. So, if the silver flame lends its voice, its light, you think that this will work to preserve salvation?
I think it will, and I think the silver flame has a duty to be that light. Beacon against the gray.
I would like you to make a persuasion check, please. I will ask you to do it at advantage also.
I get it at advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
You got this.
Yeah, I got this. I believe people. Am I good at persuasion? I am okay at persuasion.
Trust me, you're better than me.
Well done.
Nice.
Hey.
I am speaking the right religious language from one cleric to another.
That is a 24 for those of you at home. And
Go smack down.
and so Mother Johanna sort of looks at you seriously and steadily and then says, faith only operates when in the presence of proof that it functions. I thought I might lose my faith at some point today, but you have saved some people I had not thought could be saved.
You kept them alive long enough for me to do that.
A compact, then. People working together, as you say.
Yes.
All right. I will not stand in the way of Zodor, and I will hear him out. But you should know that if Zodor does turn again, if his lust for profit overrides his desire to help the people, I will not maintain some alliance with him.
Agreed. We would not ask you to. Indeed, if he were to turn against salvation again, we would return to striking down ourselves.
Then you have my word. I will support him to the extent I can.
Well bargained and done.
And he nods, she nods, and says, I assume then that means that you will be departing with your group soon.
Yes, we'll be taking the cause of all this misery with us.
She nods slowly. I suppose you will bring those that are pursuing it upon you.
Better us than here, don't you agree?
I might not do so if I were you. Are you all right with being the flame to which the moths flit?
As long as we get the chance to burn those that intend evil, yes.
And she nods and she puts a hand on your shoulder, Alarian, which is a bit of a work because so she's got to basically reach up and she puts her hand on your shoulder, and there is a moment where you feel a kind of an electric thrill almost that runs through you. And it's similar to an experience that you had before.
Right.
And she says, may the blessings of the nine and the light of the flame cleanse you and light your way. You may go in peace then. You are not far from the return of what Eberron may be. Thank you. And she says to you, and before you answer that, she turns to you, Nisiana, and says, and you, whose healing flows from your faith, may that flame also light your way. We are not of entirely the same faith, but we speak a similar language. In that spirit, may you speak true words of comfort and healing when you come to the place you next go.
Larian will bow, actually rather deeply for them, and say, thank you, Mother Janana Teleskindros. May you work to raise salvation up from what it was to what it could be.
She sighs and she says, first, we will save those who are left, and then we'll begin to rebuild.
I hope the next time we meet, it is under more peaceful circumstances.
And she nods. I wish that as well.
All right, I think we're done here.
So, Alarian and Nisiana, assuming you then head back to the Tavern the Grey Beyond,
Yes.
it is now only a short period of time before the lightning rail will be arriving in town. So you have, I don't know, maybe a half hour before it arrives, and it's probably not going to be in town for that long. It'll probably stop in town for like a half hour before leaving again. And this is the last stop on the line, by the way. This is as far out as it goes.
End of the line.
End of the line.
As we're walking back to the inn, Larian does have a question for Nisiana. I accomplished everything I needed to do today except...
Hold, I can't actually hear. Slow down, please.
I have accomplished everything I wish to do today except talk to Wiz. Is there any way you can awaken her?
Most likely. Oh. Is it dire? Can we leave Whist a note? Whist
I suppose that'll have to do. Yeah.
And also, we left on a very good note. Going back in and
One more thing.
going back in after getting agreement and then rousing a patient who was literally on death's door. Probably not the smartest thing to do right now. Plus, apparently, we have to pack.
This is true. Very well. I will write Wiz a note and leave it.
Leave it with Garunda or Bellalor. You can trust them to get it to Whist.
Agreed. And thank you for your words back there. I believe they were instrumental in changing her mind.
Thank you. But I believe everything I said. I think everyone in this town needs to give everyone a second chance and needs to work together.
I already know you believe it, though. That is what makes them so powerful.
Well, Eberron encompasses all, even the silver flame. Thing I did not say when I kept thinking.
Yeah, my God's better than yours.
Your silver flame's nice, but Eberron encompasses all.
Whose faith? My faith.
I was biting my tongue. I'm like, don't be smug, don't be smug, don't be smug.
Yeah, Zool is the only one to believe in. Exactly what I said.
Oh,
My God is the everlasting sky. Your God is beneath him.
I think we're back. I think we're all at the inn now, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. You're at the end, so you can take the, you can pack up what you need. Your room was seen to be somewhat spared from the attack. The most of the damage was done on the ground floor, but on the second floor, at least towards the rear of the inn, your room seemed to come through more or less unscathed.
That's funny. I have nothing there, so whatever.
We never did actually get to the apothecary.
no, and I don't have a makeup kit. You don't have your medicinal kit anymore.
Oh well.
Oh well. We'll have to go shopping in Sharn.
The good news is Sharn has a lot of shops.
Wait, I forgot. Way back in the gray, I found like 200 gold and I have it around here. It's for all of us.
Oh,
It's true, that big fat pouch, right?
The one that's in the backpack.
From the House of Death. Yeah.
at the House of Death.
Mm-hmm.
We can use it for supplies when we get to Sharn.
Are we all of us together?
Yeah,
at this point, we're all together.
We're on the inn. Yeah, we're on the inn.
Spanner isn't there.
Okay.
What was your plan?
I'm gonna collect telepathically and be like, so how are we going to get the Oracle safely or not too obviously from here to there?
Well, assuming that Tantin has done his part, Mia Tantin has done his part, it should be just another box on the train. Right?
Well, it's not on the train yet. The train isn't actually here. But it is in a box, and it's on the platform, and Spanner is on the platform. He's on the box, on the platform, waiting for the... Spanner's watching it.
That sounds adorable.
There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Tiana, if you don't mind, we'd like to get that share of the purse now. Which I know sounds odd, but I have something to do with some of it before we go.
One, I was distracted by a cat whose claws are too long and stuck in my shirt. And two, I did not actually understand you. I'm so sorry.
Oh, wait.
That didn't help.
What is each person's share of that purse that you have?
50 at this point.
Okay.
Actually, no. Actually, I would leave. It would be 40, and I would find Zodor and give Zodor 40 to give to Yana when she was done hunting.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So
That's fine.
40 each.
Right.
Now I can finally get it off my bio.
Yeah, Alarian just asked for their portion now.
Certainly.
Yep. Excellent.
She hands it out to anybody who wants it. It's less things that she has to carry.
I'll take mine. Why not? Making a shopping list for Sharn already.
What about you, Tantin?
Every time somebody mentions Sharn, he kind of...
Yeah.
But he nods and takes his 40.
Is there anything we need to be aware of heading to Sharn? Assuming that Tantin wasn't super necessarily subtle about that shutter.
And we're connected telepathically, right?
It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's visible
Yeah.
that he kind of.
So I'd
Right.
ask, like,
So I think Mary May's actually asking the question.
yeah, I am. Like, is there anything we need to know just so that we can avoid certain trouble spots if there are any,
Now
Sharon?
would be the time.
Well,
I push over a drink towards Tension.
and he grabs the and very slowly starts drinking, and he's just kind of like looking over the top of it.
The drink won't stop. We're speaking with our minds.
Yeah, you can still talk while you drink.
Pours it on his brain. Like,
He's just,
In his
all
ear.
you hear from him is gulp, gulp.
That's not how telepathy works, Tension. You know it.
I mean, if you don't want to tell us, don't. But
I've mentioned some of it before when we were in training together. My departure from Sean was not necessarily under the best of circumstances. My master at the shop that I was apprenticing did not take kindly to me swapping out the signage when he would leave to go to lunch or to go on a trip. Put up signage saying that the shop belonged to me. And ultimately that's why I was basically driven out of Sean and sent to join the King's Citadel as a punishment.
you know you can't mumble in your brain.
I can't. Watch.
So who was your boss? Is it someone we need to be worried?
As long as I stay out of the city, well, no. I
See,
mean,
the city's awfully big.
And that's where we're headed.
if I stay out of the industrial district and the theater district and the marketplace, it should be more or less all right, I guess.
What's he gonna do if you come back?
Well, that depends on how or whether House Decaneth feels that I have not Decaneth, House Decaneth feels that I have paid my dues yet or not.
Well, so far we've been doing very, very
Yes,
well.
but it's not really your call, is it?
Well, isn't it King Citadel to your house? So whose call is it?
It would be my now former master.
Yeah, well, how's he gonna know what's going on? Doesn't that mean you have to be seeing him or telling him?
Well, if I bump into, I guess Sean is a very, very large city, but it just, you know how you run into people at the train station, just suddenly go, what are the chances? Well, apparently they're 100%.
Push other drink towards Tension. You can
Wait.
still speak through your mind, Tension.
Exactly who is this former master of yours?
Give a name for him.
Oh,
Greg, is there a name for it?
why do I have to name your master?
No, I have to think of a name for him.
His name is
Darth Vader.
His name is Palpatine.
Yeah, right. Unlimited.
Palpatine, yes, that's it.
Right.
His name is Who is the Master? Shown up.
Let me think. His name is Urkosh Koth.
Let me guess, Greg. I don't recognize that name, do I?
Uh,
There's no real reason for me to be honest.
I was in
I
Sharn. Would
might.
I recognize that name?
Is this person important enough that the house connections would be like, oh, if you meet this person of House de Kenneth, you know, be nice.
I don't
This
think
guy.
so unless Tanton would say that it is. I would say not. I would say that this one is probably someone, because the house, like internal house affairs, are pretty jealously guarded.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of like cross house information other than what they need for, you know, commerce and to do various things, but they're not likely to sort of give you this information that's about an internal dispute. I would say that probably Alarian would definitely not have heard of this. I would say that I don't think Merime would have either. It's conceivable that Halar might have, but you'd have to, you know, find that out by talking to Halar.
Halar would almost certainly know the reasons why.
Yeah, because of the
Tanton was sent there.
right. Yeah.
Just
There, that time I spelled it right.
well done. I'll just
Okay.
Urkosh Koth.
I've been very confused.
Let me see if how close I came.
I just write it again in my book. Don't worry.
Gosh. Oh, I got it almost right. I just said with a K-A instead of K-O. I'm fairly proud of myself. Okay.
So does this person have a lot of this Urkosh have a lot of people on the ground in Sharn who would be looking out for you?
Not like he has a network of spies. He just the day that I was dismissed, there was rather a lot of shouting and kicking.
He kicked you?
Well, down the street. It's all right. I just had to sit on one side for a couple of days, but it was fine. The shopkeepers in the area, right there in the immediate area, would remember definitely. But besides that, it would only be the people above him in House Kenneth and over to the Citadel.
The what?
The Citadel.
Well, if we run into him, we will just. Oh, we can't say that. We are really bad spies, aren't we? Can't just say we're on Citadel business. Go away.
I mean,
Well,
it's only been about 8 months. I'm sure he remembers what I look like.
Can we disguise you?
We could shave your beard.
If we can
No.
find a makeup kit, we can change its color.
Yeah, well, we could trim your beard and we could
Yes.
braid it, and then we could do. They would never know.
New clothes. You could use new clothes. It would be really amazing. In Spanner, we could decorate him so he matches you.
I use mending on these clothing, and it's perfectly fine.
It shows. And perhaps some new clothes for all of us wouldn't be a bad idea.
Just imagine like little gears and stuff in your beard, braided in.
Come on. That's good.
No, that would be too reminiscent of one of my first mishaps. With a clockwork squirrel. It was my beard got caught in it. No.
Well, then
Nevertheless, the idea of altering your appearance does hold some merit. Mia Tanton. Despite your protestations to the contrary.
You know, when I started out, I did a lot of different stage performances. It wasn't great, anyways. And sometimes you have to just switch it up, jazz it up, change yourself up so that your performance changes too. You might feel like a whole new you at the same time. Not that you need to, because you are amazing, but it might allow you to at least walk through Sharn without getting shot at. Wouldn't that be nice?
What
do you like being shot at?
Not going to shoot at him. Is he?
Well, not with anything sharp, no.
What will he shoot at you with?
More like a kid arrow.
Yes, a blunted crossbow bolt to the lower back, possibly.
That would still hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Wait,
I
he's
mean-
done that before?
I didn't say that.
I don't like this guy.
Arv, how long are we going to be on the train, roughly? Do we know?
It's probably a few days at least. The lightning rail is very fast, but if we
It's a long ways away.
Yep, if we jump to a map of Corvair, you can see that you are up here. Right around here is where Salvation is. And Sharn is all the way down here. And this yellow route here is basically
Ginger. No.
is
More of an orange.
I guess orange is the lightning rail path that you would take. So it goes over you sort of cut right near Thrain, but most of your time is spent in Brayland, which is where, of course, Salvation technically is right on the edge of Brayland. So if all goes well, it should be the travel of a few days. I think actually, let me see if I have
Is there shopping along the way?
an estimate.
Do we stop
It
at all?
looks pretty bleak, to be quite honest.
Bleak shopping? Or
Yeah, I mean, in general, kind of bleak.
Welcome
Oh.
to Bleakmart.
Alaska, maybe.
I can
or-
work with that.
Oh, I thought the Salvation's actually the last stop, he said, before Sharn.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's also the capital city of Rote, which sounds like some sort of terrible intestinal disease. Ooh, I have a Rote.
Yes. In fact, twist my arm. I will just have to pull out and take a look at some cities that we've got here.
Well, just if there's a stop along the route, anyways. I mean, we could.
Star Alaska is one of the first cities we would stop in.
That's right.
Yeah.
And let me see if I can track down.
I don't want Tanton to be hit with a blunted bolt in the lower back because that would bruise. Nobody needs that,
It's true.
and you'd have a hard time sitting for a while.
Mm-hmm.
This guy still sounds like a very, very bad person.
So,
I should drink towards Nisiana too.
Star Laskor is a large Braelish city in northern Brayland, and it is one of the major stops. It's probably the last biggest stop for those of you who have ever taken a subway. It's like, everyone gets off at like West 252nd, and then there's like West 263rd, and there's like two people left because everyone already got off. That's kind of what this is. Like, literally, this is the last stop on the line. It used to extend into the gray, but it no longer does that. They no longer take it that far. You can definitely use that on the way back. There would be several cities like that. Once you get past Star Laskor, the next stop would be Rote, as you mentioned, which is a decent size place as well. You probably now this rail is kind of a sort of an express line, so it's not going to stay in any one of these places too long, but you'll probably get a couple of hours at least. They have to usually tend to the magic, make sure that the elemental is properly bound and so on at each of these stops. So probably you would get a couple of hours in the city during which you might be able to do a bit of shopping theoretically.
I don't know.
We can play it by ear a bit. I agree with Prince Justin that there should be in-train shopping experiences.
Listen, the sleeper car, provides its own, built-in breakfast and all.
I'm sure they have train mall.
I think
Yeah.
that's exactly where I was going.
Like the magazine where everything is $7,000. Just like,
Yep.
yeah,
Jonathan Colton has a song about it.
it's funny.
Well, we'll make it work. I mean, Sharn can be fun. It has a lot of dark alleyways and places we can stay out of sight too. So we can make it work.
Perhaps you should have mentioned dark alleyways around.
Sorry, John. Are you
So
You were
perhaps you shouldn't mention dark alleys around Tanton for the time being. Dark alleys of Sharn.
But Dark Alleys cover and give us places not to be seen too. But I mean, to each their own experiences, I suppose.
Especially since I've always kind of lit up.
Oh. I mean, where do you... I guess we all come from different areas.
Does everyone have what they need? We should probably be heading to the station shortly.
It's like downing his like third drink.
I'll just keep him supplied. Tell me how much I owe the barkeep, Greg. I'll just keep him in Nisiana too. When she was starting to be nervous, I shoved one her way too.
Fortunately for you, the barkeeper is, unless you go ridiculously overboard, is probably likely to allow you to get some of that for free, given the fact that Nisiana has repaired most of the chairs and door inside this place. One note I wanted to make, by the way, which is that the capital city of Braylon technically is Rote. Now, you're not going to stop there because the Sharn is the city that is by far bigger. Think this will be a great comparison Maria will just love. Toronto to Ottawa. I'm sure you've never heard that before. Yeah, I knew
I knew you were gonna say that.
You son of a... But
come over here, Greg.
Whatever. All right, jerk. Listen, Albany is the capital of New York. All right, and everyone's like, wait, why?
Why don't you come to Ottawa and I'll show you how we do it here.
Show you how we do things
Olympia is the capital of Washington.
Yep.
Not Seattle.
And yet everyone is just like, isn't it Seattle? So Rhode is the capital city of Braylon. However, Rhode is not where you're going to stop for two reasons. Number one, because Morgrave University is in Sharn. That's where you would be getting this information. And the second reason is it is a very bad idea to take out the Oracle of War inside the heart of the place where you're already a little worried about giving the information. Like, yes, you work for these people, but as Halar has made clear, you need to figure out more of what's going on before, like, if this has a corrupting influence or whatever the case may be. So anyway, but definitely you'll be able to get stuff there. That also will be for a couple of hours. And then, of course, Sharn, you will have all the time you need for shopping if need be.
To die.
You have all the time you need to be deceased.
So well, we'll stick together, Tantan, and we'll make sure that stop as many blunted crossbow bolts as possible.
I have a very large shield.
Just stay behind Ilarion the whole time. I've been to Sharn too. I grew up there for quite a bit before I adopted myself into Nisiana's family.
So did I.
So we can, between the knowledge of the two of us, hopefully we can navigate quite well the city. Although, I don't think anybody wants to shoot me, so we have an advantage there.
Well, I didn't think anybody wanted to shoot me, and I got shot with a bunch of arrows last time I was in here. Just saying.
You're not wrong. I'm sorry. A lot of people, I guess, will want to shoot us because of this place, which isn't amazing.
More likely what we're carrying and what we know about it. Because once you know about a thing, and when we no longer have control of it, the only way the other people know about it and know what it can do will be based on what we have done with it. Right? So thus we will be the experts, except for the people who have it. So yes, a lot of people are going to want to shoot us or talk to us.
That would seem more appropriate. Why
Well, there
build
might be
a
some
library
shooting
if you're going to burn it
involved
down?
as well. But
Push another drink towards Nisiana.
she's not drinking them.
I know.
she's
Mermaid is still pushing
she's
them.
like pushing them towards Stanton.
Right, I mean, every now and then his mage hand just reaches over and pulls it towards him. He's got one in each hand and a spectral hand that's holding it up in front of him, and he's like trying to figure out if he can pour them all three in his.
I've started
guys
changing
didn't
some to
think of that?
coffee.
You guys didn't think about that kind of thing?
About the fact that we're gonna get shot at?
The fact that we know about something and it's not going to be it's not exactly a secret that we know about the thing. Aurelian knows that we know. She sent people after us, and she's headed south.
Yeah. Disguises for all of us is what I'm hearing.
Maybe. I mean, but it's not like we're exactly subtle.
Looks over at Alaria.
I was just-
Side-eye.
just like,
Yeah. Ah.
I am a lamppost.
a hovering lamppost.
You know, from the outside, what everybody is seeing is a bunch of people looking at each other and gesturing, and we're completely silent and drinks being pushed around the table. That's got to be as creepy as hell for anybody outside.
And these people want us to trust this guy? Tad is getting so far gone, he's like belching checkmate when he moves the mug to the other side of the table.
Well, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to get rid of this Oracle of War thing as quickly as possible, and then we can just continue with more regular missions than this. With any luck.
Well, that itself brings up another problem. One I've already discussed a little bit with Halar. Neither of us are entirely sanguine about giving up to anyone in Charm. For we do not know whether we can fully trust them. I even mentioned the Citadel. We should be able to, but there is no complete guarantee. I think that is why Halar Rizal is coming with us. But I am almost more concerned about going to Charm with the Oracle than not.
Can guarantee you, Urkosh is not someone I would want to get their hands on it. Oh no.
No doubt him and about 500 other people throughout the city that we would put on in the same group. This is what I kind of wish I could drink.
Do I know anybody in my house that would be possibly good to have a conversation with? I mean, the House of Healing, they do profit from healing, thus war, but we don't particularly like it, so...
I mean, I imagine that there are people, you know, that you learned from and that you were connected to, Nisiana, that you might be able to have some contact with when you got back to Sharn. I don't see why not. That there might be some people like that you could speak to. Sure.
But I mean, I may be optimistic, but I'm not so naive to think, well, you know, my house could just take care of it. Yeah, no. That might bring an entire war upon my house. Like the Canneth coming after us. Because they want it.
I mean...
In any case, no one house should control this thing. So, I mean, King Citadel might actually be the best place for it to go.
I mean, wherever...
Yes.
And whatever we decide to do with it, I mean, from what I saw, whatever is looming on the horizon is big and dangerous. Purple smoke, I don't know. But from what I saw, the Oracle of War is very significant and could bring something bad along it. So we need to be careful with who we trust with this information, with just even the knowledge that we have it outside of who already knows, which is way more people than we wish did. Have we considered doing the unexpected thing? GM, love those words. Have we considered just not going to Sharn even? Have we considered just vanishing with the Oracle of War?
Are you willing to turn your back on King Citadel?
I mean, and
that's basically what you're asking.
I just lean in and I grab a drink. Between us, with what I've seen, And what might be coming on the horizon?
Yeah.
I would consider it. Not an easy consideration, but I would consider it, yes.
Do we know if there are not any other people who have the little devices?
Oh, the tracking devices.
Because if other people do have those,
Do we still have? We still have one, right?
I have 2.
That means we can always find it no matter where we put it, right?
Until and unless someone negates them. If
Possibly. I'm wondering if the tracking mode only is in effect when it is used. Because, let's be honest, if the tracking mode was on while it was sitting in the basement at the Fireweave Bazaar, why didn't someone come find it there? They only started coming after it when we used it, and it entered that third protocol stage.
more specifically, they started coming after it when the 3rd protocol was activated.
That's true.
And it
I
stopped
believe that's-
saying that when they were all dead.
That's
So-
interesting.
Third protocol is a warning that we're.
It's like it's a distress signal.
Or a
Like a
summons.
beacon. Yes.
Oh,
How do we know not? How can we not activate it again? I guess is the question.
How did we create it the first time? We don't know.
We don't give it a situation to reply to. It's very simple as to how to not activate it. Don't give it data.
So we don't use it, but we try to protect it without using its knowledge, basically, or its
Correct.
insight. Okay.
you know, it sounds like the discussion we're having is going to end up with us all dead and someone we don't want in with this to have it.
You know, when we found it, we didn't do anything to it, and it started
Mm-hmm.
asking, demanding,
Mm-hmm.
things. So either we have to face every battle from this point on without utilizing it at all and just let it eventually shut up, or, hopefully, or we find a sphere of destruction somewhere and throw it inside. Maybe feed it to a mimic.
Hmm. Big mimic.
Sphere of annihilation.
All right. My old master basically said, when you can't do the impossible, which is currently finding a sphere of destruction and currently destroying this thing, you look for the next best thing to keep your patient alive in the meantime. So in the meantime, if we want to do something about this, we can't be hauling it around. So either we hide it or we deliver it and then deal with it.
You can find someone who can dispel magic, nullify it, and then bash the living hell out of it. Destroy it.
Hold on.
Oh. The bashing part was already tried. It didn't work.
But it's magical.
I doubt we know anyone who can cast dispel magic at that high level. It must be astronomical. Niciano speaks the truth. And the fact is, this thing is bigger than all of us together. I feel the only logical course is to move forward with our original plan and deliver it with Halar Razel's assistance, and then figure out a way that, if necessary, we have to keep an eye on whoever is taking possession of it.
Can I ask you all a question, since it's already come up anyways, and just so we understand where we all stand? If it comes between choosing between keeping the Oracle of War out of hands of people we cannot trust, which I think is most people, and staying in the King's Citadel and being true to that oath, which would you choose? Just between us and just theoretical and no judgment. And the answer can change.
I never choose an oath lightly. It would have to be so much more than a suspicion for me to turn my back on King's Citadel. I can't.
Let us say that situation has arisen, building off of Marame's supposition and that we have the proof. If it stays with them, vast destruction will happen. What is your answer then?
If we have the proof that we cannot trust who we are working for, then the oath is no longer valid. Actually, Greg, do we have a King Citadel oath that I could quote right now?
Yes, there was an oath.
King Citadel soldier will be loyal, trustee, free, brave,
Because
It starts out, oh, Citadel.
I'm imagining it's something. It has something to do with doing the best by the people and protecting the king, and the king is the land, and that. So
You originally sent it to us, yeah.
Did he?
Back in the day when we were first selecting our path.
I wish it was in our handouts. That would be interesting.
Yeah, it.
While you're looking for that, I want to answer a Rudinel. The reason that Tanton hasn't stuck it in the bag of holding is that the mouth of the bag of holding isn't wide enough to stick the thing. It won't fit in there. Otherwise, he would have done that already. Go ahead.
It's like if we could find a portable hole that we could throw up on a wall and then shove it in.
That would be good.
That would be fine. But
just track down a portable hole. This is
actually, and then shove in your bag of holding, create an interdimensional rift, and send it to another rift, another dimension.
That would
That'd
also kill all of us.
No,
it's a 10-foot radius. No. Mage Hands here can do it. No problem.
Yeah,
he's got the Tensor's disc.
It would send it to a random point in the astral sea. So
perfect.
Anybody who knows anything about bags of holding would know that's where it went, and then all they'd have to do is go to the astral sea and hunt it down.
Yeah, but they'd have to know we did that in the first place.
Is that a spell thing?
What would while we're waiting for the thing, what would Tanton answer to the question? Just curious.
I won't say that my devotion, my commitment to the Citadel was forced upon me. But it kind of was.
But I'm not saying it wasn't either.
But if the choice is holding to that commitment or basically saving the world from another war, that is not a difficult calculation to make. Just in case you didn't make that calculation, I would side with not having a war.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate your honesty, all of you.
I just look at this group of us. We've worked together for a while now, and the mere existence of this thing is already making us question everything.
It's not the Oracle that's making me question everything, Nisiana. Honestly, it's the vision that I had. And in my experience, sometimes it's best that I chase the visions above all else, but not at the cost of everything. But I don't know yet. I'm just asking.
No, tell us about your vision again.
I saw it was when I was waking up on the field, and I saw the field. Everything was purple, and there was a glowing light, and there was something large, bigger than anything else, and it was the Oracle of War, and a purple mist began to come out of it, and I don't know what it means yet, but I know that the Oracle is the most important thing in that moment for me, showed to me, and that I don't think I could take lightly, but I don't think we should.
Was it a danger or was it the saving?
I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is it was the biggest thing, the most important thing on the horizon. And if it is the most important things, that means that it might supersede other things. Now, there are some things that are sacred to me that I would not break, like our friendship, like my bond with my sister. But we're all woven from different cloth. So I don't know.
In this vision, what was your overwhelming emotion? Was it fear, dread, hope?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but I believe it was dread.
Yes.
Good, I am correct. It was dread. It was dread.
Dread of what was not clear, though.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I don't know what, but I felt dread before in these. And dread is never comforting.
I don't believe I actually gave my answer, but I wasn't thinking about it because it was very clear to me it would be silently not causing a war either. The Citadel is a creation of beings. There are certain higher principles to hold oneself to. And averting mass destruction is one I tend to take rather seriously.
By the way, sorry, just to say quickly, I don't find the oath that I sent you right now, but I can tell you what it's directly related to. You are essentially reporting, although through a kind of single chain, directly to King Boronel in the end. And King Boronel is basically someone who is a reformer and who seems to have, as best as is possible, intentions of trying to avoid the mistakes that were made by his predecessors, including his own father. But because there are a lot of powerful forces at work that basically are not wild about doing that, thus the creation of the King's Citadel. And I should mention that there are multiple branches of that King's Citadel. You haven't come into contact with the others yet, but there are the swords, there are the shields, there are the wands, and there is your group, which is technically a division of the Dark Lanterns. These are, if you will, like we said, the elite forces, the Mission Impossible team of the group. And so yours is the one that is kind of least traceable back to the person that you serve. But at the same time, it's also the stuff which has the least red tape on purpose, because they don't want it to pass through the hands of a bunch of other people that might have other interests at heart. So, yeah.
And the king is based in Rote?
Sharn. Let me take it back. He's based in Rote, but many of the branches that he goes to, including the one that you work with, is based in Sharn, and that's because the Dark Lanterns are also an intelligence service, and the places where you get the most intelligence is easily Sharn because of the universities and things like that. So the king is in Rote, but the power is in Sharn.
Interesting.
Certainly the knowledge is in Sharn.
So the king himself would probably not want the Oracle of War to fall into the wrong hands then.
Oh, the king definitely would not. You would have to define what the question of like what the wrong hands are, I suppose. But yeah.
Sure, we get off in Rote and we take it directly to the king. No problem.
Got a present for you.
Ta-da!
Hello!
By the
All
way, everybody else is going to come for this thing.
Yep.
You're going to have lots of visitors soon.
Very.
Part
Very
4,
angry.
758 of the Great War. It begins with, oh, God.
All right.
Vanish into the gray, it's fine.
So basically, of the leadership that we know about, King Braylon, or
Blagothkus.
Boronel.
Boronel. King Boronel.
Actually seems pretty on the up and up.
From what you can tell, you've only had very limited interaction with him and met him once or twice. But you did a fair amount of research, all of you, beforehand.
Yeah.
He's actually fairly skilled politically and fairly young. But, he rules a major city. Brayland arguably is the nation that came out the best, he said in quotes, sort of squinting after the last war, but kind of not as devastated as everybody else. And it's the most diverse nation, clearly. So he's constantly having to deal with the remnants of the Goblin Empire. And obviously he's got the Lord of Blades maybe causing problems in his own lands. And, it's a very diverse nation. And that in and of itself is controversial with some others, like the Emerald Claw, who come out of another country that are kind of not so big on, the idea of diversity as a value.
Right.
As to what Nisian said earlier about questioning everything, I tend to agree with Merrimaid that it's not quite questioning everything. But for me, it's a matter of the frailty of mortals. And they wish to seize power. Perhaps they think they're doing it for the greater good, but ultimately something like this, it can be turned so easily that it poses as much of a hazard to those who use it as those it is used against.
Because the Oracle itself is not the problem.
Correct. It only feeds out data given about based on what is fed into it. It is just a device. It is how the device is used. Nevertheless, I don't see any other, unless we're all willing to become complete outlaws and run to the wastes and live great for the rest of our lives, I don't really see many other options.
I don't think I really want to be its guardian for the rest of our lives, because it would be possibly a short life.
You don't want to be its guardian for the rest of the month.
Yeah. Let's try to offload it.
Do we want to have any part of this conversation that we've just had with Hilar?
I was planning to talk to him about certain aspects of it. Perhaps we all should. I was going to do it on the train.
On the train?
We can still do it.
There are plenty of places to get off the train before we reach Charlotte.
Actually, the train is supposed to be here very shortly.
Indeed it has. In fact, the train is probably arriving now.
Oh, shoot.
Let's head there now and we'll talk to Halar. Let's talk to him together, maybe telepathically. It might be safer. We don't know who's over listening.
But for now, I expect we're getting on the train with the cargo.
Yep.
We have to make a small detour out each of the station.
How are we going to get it on the train?
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Perfect. We'll head there. Don't be late, Alarian. I don't think this train waits.
I won't be.
Okay.
A map real quick up of the town real quick.
Sure.
I mean, it's relatively simple.
Give me a sec. Yes.
The thing I don't like about this town, nobody knows how to lay out their rugs in their house like aligned to a freaking grid.
Crazy, right?
Okay.
Yeah, they're not great at
I'm huge. Oh, sorry.
You were right here.
Yeah, you're right.
Why have you
Delete
done-
it.
I am up there. All right,
Delete
I'm not- Come on. Giant Valerian went away. All right, my quick detour is to go back to the church real quick.
Okay.
I find Mother Janana Teleskendros, and I press a pouch containing 20 gold into her hand. Real quick.
Okay.
Come on. If I can get my cursor over to Mother to help with the rebuilding.
And she
And
thanks
they
you
leave.
wordlessly.
Yep.
And
Out.
leave. When you all arrive at the rail, you can see the lightning rail has indeed arrived, and it is a startling sight. For those of you, some of you may have been on or seen lightning rails. Certainly anyone who grew up in, around, or spent time in Sharn, so Merime would have seen this in Tanton, and Nisian, I suppose, as well. But every
I was
time
just outside of Sharn, but not, I mean, I'm familiar with
Yeah, but it's always striking to you. Alarian, you might have seen these more from a distance, actually, but
I've traveled on them.
You probably have traveled on them before, but they are striking insofar as they are both fast and ultimately silent. And the only real sound of sort of buzzing and electrical activity is happening from the front, where you know the elemental is bound. There have been some clear ethical concerns brought up about this subject, about the use of this, but continues to be one of those. But it's so effective and efficient and useful and, et cetera. And so there has been discussions about alternatives that might not involve that. But Hilar meets you there. And assuming, I'm going to ask Tantan in a minute how he's bringing the thing on board, but the rest of you are able to get on board without too much difficulty, because one of the advantages here is, although there are a few people getting on from Salvation, it took a long time to get the lightning rail extended out here again, largely because there's not a lot going back and forth, although there's some. And you may remember that Hilar actually kind of prevailed to get this done the rest of the way, to kind of open up the line again here out to Salvation. And so you're able to get on without too much difficulty. It's not like a massive line of people, although there are a number of people, the ones who are well enough anyway to be standing, who are kind of looking at it with interest. Tantan, how are you getting this thing onto the lightning rail?
Well,
And- I'm with Tantan because I want to make sure it gets on.
Okay.
So when Ilarion went off to go and give Mother Johanna the money,
Right.
Tantan was already at the thing, and he was just ritual casting Tensor's floating disc. So by the time he gets there,
Right.
just the box containing the thing pops up, and Tantan basically walks through the like jumps out the other side of the car,
Okay.
so that the disc follows him the 20 feet, and then he turns around and comes and climbs back in.
And still covered, I assume, right?
Oh,
This thing, yeah, okay. So it's just this thing
I
floating
mean,
around.
it's in a box.
It's in a box.
It's in a crate.
It's in
yeah.
an
And it's in a
actual
crate,
box.
right.
Yep.
You do get a couple of, one of the conductors actually kind of is, what is all this? And Hilar kind of pulls him aside and whispers a couple of things. And the guy clearly starts out as this, blah, 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 blah. And then Hilar whispers a few more things, and you see his eyes kind of widen. And he's like, yes, well, carry on, my mistake. And
And-
kind of walks off very quickly.
Well, and also during the ritual casting, his dragon mark tattoos would have been lit up, making it clear that he was housed, to cast.
Yeah.
So-
The guy's kind of doing one of these, like, listen, passengers need to. Oh, you're not regular. I'll just be on my way then. That's sort of the context of how it happens. As the thing, as you position yourselves, and you're given your own separate car because there is room, and the rail basically sets up. So the way that it works is each end of this train basically is itself a front, if you will. So this thing goes all the way here, and rather than having to turn around, it just the conductor, the engineer moves to the other side, because there's basically stuff binding elementals on both sides, and then just moves it in that direction again. And so when you get onto the train, you are somewhere probably near the rear of it, like the front of it, the front of it when it arrived, which is going to become the rear of it as it leaves. And so you have a chance to look at Salvation, and as you look out the windows of this place, you can see that out here, you can see the look of two goblins who wave to you. There you see Bellalor and Garunda. You see what might be Mother Johanna kind of looking, possibly just briefly maybe in the crowd, although it's a little bit hard to tell. Maybe that's just a trick of the light. You can see Reeson from the gray beyond there, and maybe the super drunk guy who's in your face, Mermaid. That's possible also. So you see that.
It's my friend.
You can also see a few of the others that you have encountered. And last of all, just as the train is about to actually leave the station, right sort of in the back, kind of looking over the crowd, you think you catch sight very briefly of Zodor, who maybe nods in your direction and then disappears into the face of the crowd. And as the train picks up and begins to take you away very smoothly inside, and you begin to see Salvation blurring off in front of you. In front, you see the land stretched out in front of you, seas of blue, sky of blue, and at the end of your journey, towards the southern oceans, the great Sharn City of Towers, and Season 2 of Eberron Oracle of War. And that's where we will bring our session to a close today. I do want to give the party one little bit of surprise, which is that during our next session, which will happen next week, you will actually be starting not with your own characters. You will be running characters in a flashback sequence, a flashback sequence which will be critically important to the history of what you're about to discover in Sharn. So you will be playing those characters in the heist of a temple, and it will all make some sense to you. It will be not take the whole time, I don't think, but it might, but I doubt it. And then you'll go back to your...
You underestimate us.
Then you'll go back to your... Exactly. Someday I will do this, and then you'll be back to your characters on the train. So
you're going to send us these characters, or
I have the characters now. I'm not going to send them.
things.
I'm not going to send them to you immediately because I want you to decide more swiftly and in an improvisational way. I don't want this in any way kind of min-maxed. I want you to be like, woo. So
Number
I will
3.
give you a few minutes at the beginning of next session to do it. What's that?
that'll be fun.
Let me hit things.
Yeah, you're going to be playing, Trent, you're going to be playing Banton Babaneth. He is a Bengineer.
No, he's a dick.
He's an engineer.
Alarian is playing a bar forged who just has a bunch of mugs making it. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we got the spout that works. It's all good.
But it should be a good time. I'm very excited. Yeah, exactly. The one shot becomes a side campaign for 37 episodes. No. But I'm actually, that's not true. But I'm actually super excited about that. It means I'm going to have to, again, retitle this episode. It's not A Century of Ashes, but next episode is actually A Century of Ashes, Part 1 and the first episode of Season 2.
These titles are so uplifting.
I know. This was a great session, though, and I'll tell you why I loved it so much. I got to see one thing that really made me happy, and I was smiling about through a lot of the episode, was watching all 4 of you interact with NPCs and characters that you had found really interesting during the course of the campaign, during the course of your learning about the people of Salvation. You actually did learn to care about some of them. And there was this impression that I had, not just dealing with Zodor, but, Nisiana and Merame talking to the people in the tavern, Merame giving the stirring words about, that this is the way that we work together as a team and Salvation could be something better and all that stuff. So you've got that. You have Alarian talking to Mother Johanna about Alarian's own personal journey of faith a little bit with the Silver Flame, and also speaking a little bit about what Mother Johanna is doing. And of course, you're right that Alarian needed Nisiana to help out a little bit because this was the toughest nut to crack in a lot of ways, because, she was like, why would you do this? Tanton having a chance to speak to, I really loved that sequence, getting a chance to speak to Bellalor and Garunda, with and sort of each one of you in your own way moving things forward. And the reason I kept giving you advantage is because you all kept doing super smart stuff. Like the mending the door and the chairs is super smart. And of course that means they're going to be more likely to believe you. And the giving of the 50 thing of salvage, the navigation crystal, of course that means Bellalor, who already is inclined to like you because you saved her daughter, is even going to be more that way. And the talking to Mother Johanna about healing people in front of her, of course, I love that. So the advantage was not automatic. It was quite possible that you would not have been able to get the people to accept Zodor, and it's going to be rough either way. Like, it's not going to be perfect, but at least you gave them a shot. And that happened on the basis of this excellent roleplay. So I loved watching everybody kind of interact with this in a way that showed me that people really did actually give a damn about this village, about this town. And
May we never see it again.
Now we get to leave it and go behind, which I thought was super cool. So really
more
dug it.
levels, and yeah.
Exactly. You may not have left Salvation behind forever, but for now anyway. I will start with John for this one because I happen to have shifted things around a little bit here. So John, again, Alarian, I think working with Mother Johanna was interesting. I do love the idea that there's an exploration going on, a bit of the sort of the faith that's happening here. And of course, the general sort of idea about Zodor. And I like the idea that you would set up some of this with Whist to begin with, and the fact that you could have Whist as a sort of, if people are going to accept Whist, perhaps they can accept other things. That I thought was interesting. And it didn't all work perfectly because Whist was, almost dead and certainly was in no condition to talk to you. And I would have said no to that. If you were like, can I wake you up? I'm like, if you'd like to kill them, they almost barely survive. So I think in the end, Nisiana kind of dissuaded properly, like, you need to listen if you're to be the new sheriff. But I thought you handled that really well. And it was interesting to me to see kind of Alarian building their own journey. So how did you feel about the session today, John? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So since you solved that problem, I'm going to tell chat because I think they'll find this interesting. Since we had such a long break, I emailed Arv and said, "Look, if Aurelian Karnak is not taken care of in Salvation, there's a very good chance that Alarion will not be going with the rest of the party. That if they were still around, that I would have had Alarion stay behind and probably be the new sheriff. Luckily, that didn't happen. But I felt it was important enough that that's how strongly Alarion felt about the town and Salvation.
It was lucky that Arulin had already left at that point, because I was kind of like, that would have sucked. That would have been hard to manage.
I had a whole plan to get him
two one shots.
Showdown.
Like it's going to be Alarion's section.
Well,
but
no,
I would have rolled with it if I had to. But no, Arulin had already left
in,
at that point.
I would have expected him to bring in a new character and then Alarion to become an NPC. That's how I was going to play it. But that's neither way. But honestly, if they had been here, Alarion would have tried to force a showdown with her as well. But they left. It's all good. It's fine. I really enjoyed this as well. You short-circuited my cunning plans, but that's fine. It's all good. And talking to Zodor was
maybe not permanently. Who knows? It may not be all good forever. Remember, she's left.
Oh, yeah.
She hasn't left you.
I know. She's not dead.
Yeah.
That'd be the better thing.
Yeah.
But because talking to Zodor was Alarion's number one priority to impart on him how important he could be to Salvation was vital. I felt it wouldn't. They felt it wasn't. This whole thing wasn't going to work if we didn't have everyone's buy-in, and that included tariffs. So I'm glad we had that conversation, and he sought us out, which that worked out really well. And then talking to Johanna, however she pronounced her name, Fana Bovana, that was cool too. And yes, thankfully, it's I'm going to quote Trend that the game kind of the actions kind of play with the game. And when you brought me to the moment I saw Whist, I knew exactly what Alarion was going to do, and it worked out perfectly because they were not quite convincing her, and then Nisiana was vital to that entire interaction. So that worked out really well. So this was great. I had a lot of fun. It was also fun watching other people do their thing as well. It was a blast. So can't wait for the zombie train next week. Should be fun.
I've got a cure for that.
Might need it. I'm totally thinking Train to Busan. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So.
Oh man, or Snowpiercer. Anything? So anything in particular you want to talk about this week in terms of things people should be on the lookout for, or just tune in to see you next?
Us next week.
Saturday?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm wrapping stuff up. It's not quite out yet. It's going to come out in like late May. So yeah,
good stuff.
Go listen to Honor's Gauntlet, narrated by Trent Sparks and written by Brian Young, one of our fast rising, up and coming BattleTech authors.
Yep.
Really great stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brian's got a new one. I think that he just mentioned it's coming out too.
And soon, it's his first full novel.
Yeah, Brian's good stuff.
Very, very excited about it. He's doing a terrific job for us.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Brian's
that's pretty much it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, John. Good work today. Jen, again, Nisiana, I think, first of all, the healing was necessary because of the reasons we just talked about. But I think beyond the mechanical, Nisiana really had some big moments in this. I think the connection that she made with Zodor, I think, really actually reached out. There's a point where someone seems naive, and as you pointed out all the way, Nisiana is naive but is not a fool, and those who are have a little bit of youth and naivete about them without being foolish can sometimes be enormously influential, because it's almost like you're kidding, right? And then when it's clearly you're not kidding, they're like, oh, well, let me think about that, because it's so easy to be cynical. And I think the much harder play in a lot of times is not to be. And I think Zodor respects that on a basic level. The fact that Zodor, who for all of his bluster did sort of risk himself a little bit by going out to find you because of what Giannis asked him to do, is probably indicative of that. So you had a big moment, I think, with him in helping convince him to kind of go along with the ideas that you folks had presented. And then, as I said, the mending in the inn, I really love the visual of that, not just the mending of the door, but the mending of a chair and giving it to them while you and Merime are sort of like, this is why you should do this. And like, it's mechanical. I was thinking about Mother Johanna. It's the word made flesh, or made wood, or something in this case. And I really appreciated that a lot. And I think it really presented this idea that Nisiana, who has been through some trauma now, but Nisiana also still fundamentally believes that people ought to be able to come together in some positive way. And the people of Salvation have rubbed off on her a bit, one way or the other. So it was really good stuff to see in a lot of cases. How did you feel about today? Where will the find folks for you next?
I really enjoyed today. I did feel like I had Nisiana's particular brand of hopeful was really, and I love that. I did step on my tongue a couple of times. I did not point out to Mother Johanna that she was wrong about Zodor before, and that she was wrong about Whist, and that I just pointed out the good points. Because, I actually really like playing a positive character. But she has gone through some shit, and which is why towards the end she was like, you guys do realize we have the tiger by the tail and we don't know what the hell to do with it.
Yeah.
You realize that, right?
I love that visual image of you all sitting in the house and just being like, what the hell are we going to do with this? Like, you all realize this is a big problem, right? Like, so anyway.
All this talk, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
So I love that. And I did also love working with my sister. I can totally imagine us doing this kind of thing before, where she's talking and I'm doing something. Like, we get ourselves in trouble at home. So Mary May is explaining things while I'm like setting the table or something to kind of, soothe the way. And I actually do think that there is nothing better than someone, me personally, looking into somebody's eyes and basically saying, I believe in you.
Yeah.
And them having that spark where they're just like, oh, okay, I can do this.
Right.
So I pass that along. I mean, she is a bit Pollyanna, but you know what? I want to keep her that way as long as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike my writing, which I tend to kill a lot of people fictionally. Where you can find me. First of all, I have a brand new Shadowrun novel out, which is Elf in Black.
Yay.
I call it my daddy issues book, where the main character...
She's not kidding. Yeah.
There's some serious daddy issues. Yep. It's all about the powerful becoming powerless and what they do about it. And otherwise, I'm on Twitter, I'm on Facebook, and like I said, I do have the SIFWA auction coming up in May. Hopefully by the next game, I will have a URL for that. And I'm not the only one giving time for a coffee clutch or a career session or something like a Tuckerization. So if you want to be a canon character in Shadowrun, I mean, I might kill you. Just saying.
If you want to briefly be a canon character in Shadowrun.
No, I will
for one brief shining moment.
Elfin John. Actually, John was a Tuckerization.
Oh.
And he ended up he was a short story character, and then he became a novel. So yeah, I did have a very good time. It was a very, the other standout was Tantin with, don't give me that, when you picked up that box and you opened it up, and I was just like, oh, what's here?
Yeah,
what's
it was great.
What is he doing?
I knew about that because some little birdie told me that might happen before this session, and
metagaming pigeon.
I was prepared for metagaming.
He was
pigeon.
playing with it beforehand. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? I was like, what are you playing? I mean, he's playing with this stuff all the time. I'm like, didn't know it was going to factor in so well in the game itself. Yeah.
Yep, it was awesome. That was cool. Well, thank you, Jen. This was good stuff tonight. Thank you, and I look forward
what
to,
is a Tuckerization?
Oh, that's where someone gives me a name, and I put that name into the book.
As a character, like a cop or
So
a
you-
news
I
person.
get that
or
part. Why is it called a Tuckerization?
because it's always Tucker. It's only ever no, that's not. That's
I think it's a Wilson Bob Tucker was the very first person who ever did it in science fiction.
Oh, I didn't actually know that. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
I had read something about that, but I couldn't remember it, so
Yep.
I didn't want to say.
Read that a long time ago.
Oh wow, that's cool.
It might be apocryphal, but I think that's where the term comes from. So I think it's pretty much on the ball. Ask, I don't know, Bob Silverberg could probably tell you.
There,
the
Prince
truth.
Justin says yes, that's true.
Yes,
He was
that's true.
he was
Oh,
probably
very
there,
cool. Yeah, well, he would
There
know.
you go.
Yeah.
Very cool. But thank you, Jen.
Oh.
Good stuff, and
Apparently, the thing doesn't work anymore. Okay.
but good stuff, and yeah, I look forward to seeing what you come up with either your flashback character we're going to talk about, or
I want to hit
with your new
people.
one. We'll see. You folks will have a choice. You'll be able to beat each other up to decide who you want.
I think
will not assign them.
we should pick completely randomly.
It will be up
That's
to
why I
you.
said number 3.
Well, I will see. I'll tell you the names first, and you can go from there. We shall see. But always a pleasure, Jen. Also, pleasure again to have Marie with us. Marie, same kind of thing I said about Nisiana. First of all, again, yes, the sort of stirring speech that Maramé was giving. This is partially sort of, Maramé in her glory, the idea of being able to sing at the right times to kind of inspire people and all that. But there were other moments too. I think the idea that sort of knowing some of these little moments, right? Knowing about what Hilar is so that you can tell when Hilar is reacting to the stuff that Zodor is saying, and knowing a little bit about Yana, so you could be like, yeah, I had this conversation with Yana, so I know how this stuff is working, and that kind of thing. Even being able to deal with the drunk dude in the tavern who's just kind of like, let me tell you something, and figuring out a way to keep him, just this gently kind of lowering him onto the chair, so you can kind of let him know what the deal is. That all seemed to be very Maramé to me as well. And your dream, and obviously it won't be the last one, your dream also and how that infuses was really a part of that last really interesting discussion, because that was about a 25-minute thing that all of you had at the end, and that was partly driven by you being like, listen, I saw this and there was dread. I don't know from what exactly, but it's there. And so that really kind of influenced and shaped a little bit of the discussion, so that even the discussion of like, well, maybe we should not even bring it to Sharn. And then people are like, well, you want to wander through the waste for the rest of the day? Like, that ended up not being something you were going to do, but the fact that you're bringing it up based upon your Kalashtar heritage and these things that have come through your dreams, that was really cool. So I loved seeing those smaller moments, and again, some things which really influenced the way the session went. So how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I really had fun today. I loved the role play between everyone. I loved, of course, hanging out with my sister and just us kind of making the inn better and chatting with people and telling them about all the great people in town. And so I really liked that. And I liked the discussion at the end too that we all had. It was, Mirime always gets thrown off a bit by the visions and kind of what she sees, and it helps her to get grounded again, because for her it's like, but okay, we all understand that what's happening here is important and we need to stay grounded, but maybe something's more important. And she's got this little warring thing happening right now, but her sister especially, and her friends as well, after she got to know them more, really helps to ground her and like, okay, like, let's look at the King's Citadel and what's that's like. And, and that brings her back, and she's like, okay, cool, plan, let's just not die then.
Yeah. And also you got people talking about the big picture, which is, and so everyone had to compare that. What is the big picture compared to the goal that is right in front of us? So,
and that's one of the things that she can't, after she's seen that and felt that dread, and she saw the giant oracle and saw the purple smoke. It's like she can't ignore that. She could, but she knows it's probably not to her best interest to do that. Right. So it's interesting for her to keep going down that road and to hear everyone's thoughts too. So that was kind of fun to hear where everyone comes from, and Tanton's backstory was fun to hear too. And then and how he was the one who was like, well, I just really want to be part of the King's Citadel. So so that was interesting. I enjoyed that discussion quite a bit too. It solidified some of her thoughts on how to move forward, which is like, you know what, these people are great. Let's just keep on going. Let's keep on trucking on the train. So so great time. And where you can find me, well, you can find me on Tuesday in the Origin Spotlight.
Indeed. 4 p.m. I think 4 p.m. Eastern.
I've been told 4 p.m. Eastern, yeah. And just as a little like emotional manipulation to all of you, Tuesday is my birthday. So while I will be doing the Origin Spotlight, Carrie will be preparing whatever wonderful bake thing that I will be regaled with afterwards. So this is a way to get me out of the kitchen now from underfoot going, ooh, what are you doing? Do you need more sprinkles? Do you want more icing? We should put more icing, right?
Speaking of grounded, it's like go downstairs and like talk to people online about Origins, right?
So so come hang out with me if you can, if you're available on Tuesday, so that I will not run back upstairs midway through to check what's the half-baked thing that Carrie is desperately trying to get done with me not underfoot for something different.
Is there a URL for that?
Not yet. There will be a link to it that I will try to post because I'll be doing the cover reveal for the Origins Anthology earlier. And so when I do that, we'll also make sure that we link, at that point they'll have it for us, the link where you'll be able to find Marie and also Edie Bell from Athos Arts who will be doing the Origin Spotlight. So we will have a link for that at that time. And you will not want to miss the cover reveal, by the way, chat. It is, as I think we can all attest, those of us who may or may not have connections to Origins, the cover's pretty freaking awesome. Like, it just super is. And we will be revealing the table of contents, thus the list of authors, and we'll be revealing the title and the cover itself on that Tuesday. So that's all going to be part of the mix, which is going to be cool. So
since the reveal hasn't happened, I may or may not be a part of. I'm a part of it.
Yeah, Marie, you kind of have to know is, there's a couple of people that I've hinted very, very obviously about. So I think, other people
Here
will know.
On this
Yes.
very, but anyways, yes, come and hang out though. It would be lovely to see you guys there. You wonderful people. And find me on Twitter. Find me on Facebook, on Instagram as Glitterbomb Billado. There will be kitten pictures. They are small. They go into the palm of my hand. And one of them, you tip him upside down and he falls asleep. He has an off switch. So find me.
It's going to be awesome. Speaking of emotional manipulation, must find cats. It's going to be great. But thanks, Marie. Always a pleasure. Last but certainly not least, Tren. Yeah, I agree with what everyone said. Really good stuff from Tantan today. First of all, as we talked about, I just happen to love the covering it and then trying to casually lean on that. That was sort of a funny visual that I was imagining. But obviously the stuff with Bellalore and Garunda, but especially Bellalore, that was really great because, again, I knew the basics of what you were intending to do, but as it played out, it just made perfect sense. And you're also getting you've got the religious people on board, you're getting the mercantile people on board, you're getting the sort of typical, as Jen said about Nisiana, go to the taverns if you want to really hear what the people of the town are thinking about. So you had that going on. But then in addition to that, we had that backstory moment, more than a moment, like a fairly long explanation of just like, so I kind of did this thing, and maybe if we stay out of 60% of the city, it'll be fine. And, all of this stuff that really kind of fleshes out the backstory. That I thought was really neat and gives more grist for the mill to think about down the line as well. But I really enjoyed that a lot, and you got a chance to kind of broaden out a little bit what people were imagining from Tantan, and that clearly had an effect, I think, on the way that people imagined, again, that last conversation. It was both influenced by what Merime had to say, by Nisiana's positivism, by Alarian's kind of straight ahead, this is what we have to do we got eyes on the ball, and then Tantan, your backstory. All of that played into it, so it was good stuff. Tren, how'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I hated it. I always have to say that.
It's critical.
No, it was good. The thing with Bellalore and Garunda, it was my intention to go there and say, here, take this and use it to rebuild, and then leave. And it wasn't until I was in that moment and started going through, and I was like, wait a minute, there's more here to play with, hang on. And so I was like, what if she's one of the other pillars of the community? And that phrase didn't come up until we were about halfway through the conversation, like probably about 5 or 6 seconds before I said the words. I was like, ooh, pillar of the, ooh, okay. And I was like, pour that out of your mouth right now. And I was like, okay. So I've got like an 8-track, a lot of people say they have a 1-track mind. I have an 8-track mind. And so for those of you who are as old as me, 8 tracks were, never mind. But anyway, so I have a lot of different things that are running at the same time, going on in my head. And I'm like, okay, so what can I do with this? Sometimes it's object work, where I'm fiddling with, pliers and things and crystals and whatnot. And sometimes it's, okay, with all the pieces that are moving, how can I RP through this to not only get what I'm wanting to put on the table, but also to shore up what everybody else is trying to put on the table as well, so we make this big cohesive thing that we can all move forward with. And I really liked it. And I mean, as we discussed, I didn't have his master's name until I came up with it. I was like, crap, I hadn't considered that possibility. I knew that Tantan had been basically run out of Sharn for constantly his boss would leave the shop for a while, and Tanton would swap out the signs saying that it was his shop and not his master's shop. One day his master came back early and was like, the fuck? And it was like, oh. And then somebody came in saying, hey, did you finish that thing that I commissioned you to make? And his master's like, what thing that no, not you, him. And it just got worse.
And it gets bad.
And then it's like, okay, you're out, go. And the rest of it basically spooled up today. And I was just like, oh God, where do I go with this? Okay, all right, well, let's do this. And fortunately, there was a lot of chugging and looking back and forth, so that gave me time to think. But for everybody else's stuff, just delicious. And I love the fact that each of us were in our own way saying, you can help run this place.
Yeah, I loved it.
And it was just like, oh, it just fits together like a beautiful puzzle. I don't know of a single puzzle that does that. But anyway, maybe the guy who makes the strand beasts that will walk around on the wind powered things. I can't remember his name. He's an artist who makes the kinetic sculptures.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, like that.
Oh, what's his name?
Sure.
The guy, isn't it Christo? The guy who he did the installation in Central Park and stuff. Like he did these big installations like that are in public gardens and things, and like I don't remember. Anyway, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But the strand beast is one of my favorites because he just walks down the beach.
Yeah. When
the wind blows across it, it's a beautiful thing. Anyway, where will people see me next? Probably here, I would imagine. And then Christo, thank you. The thing with the stuff. I already put the link to the audiobook.
Yeah.
A ways back up there. Scroll back and find it. Or whatever. I could even put it in again. Watch this.
Yeah, I was gonna say make that link. And
No,
Configuration Queen. I actually have a piece of those orange cloth gates in Central Park. I was there as well. So
I
that's
actually
cool.
have Urkosh Koth's name in my paste buffer, so I can't do the thing.
That was my
Anyway.
top. Just so everyone knows, that was my top moment of the night. Is the fact that I could spell Urkosh Koth almost perfectly with never having seen it spelled. Just
like,
gonna say, you know.
I'm sitting here scrambling, going, "Don't use a name you've used before. Don't use a name you've used before." And I'm like, "Urkosh, have you used that before?" I'm like, "No."
Urkosh Koth.
And then Koth came out of my mouth, and I'm like, "You had a centaur named Koth. You had a centaur named Balin Koth. You stupid. Never mind. Roll with it."
Guess what backstory I'm not developing.
A centaur named But yes, you'll see me back here probably sometime in the future, I imagine, and maybe sometime in the past. You know,
who knows?
You can go back and watch a video, and there you go.
You'll exactly. But this was great stuff. And again, chat, that is going to thank you very much, Arudnal, for the fix. I appreciate it. Thank you. And folks, we will be back at you with this campaign next Saturday, where we will begin season 2 officially, and it will be season 2 of Oracle of War, and it will be called A Century of Ashes, part 1, and it will begin with this little flashback sequence, which is going to be fun. So
fall
I'm
over
looking
if
forward to that.
any of these chapters, any of these season titles have any hint of like a hope or
I don't know what you mean. The part after this
upliftingness,
is Doomheart, and then it's Death Ash, and so and then
tree.
what about Bloodfall? That's fun. No,
Tanton torture at some point after that, right?
yeah,
Probably,
sure,
yeah.
that'll be great. The Tortures of Tanton.
Cave
That'll be
of slow
one of them.
exploration. I can just see keep going and going. Dungeon of Death.
It's
Yeah.
going to be good stuff. But I will let
Yeah,
these fine
yeah.
folks go. Thank you, everyone, for being awesome. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing and awesome players? Great work today. Thank you to Trendane Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, to Jennifer Brozek, and to John Helfers. I will see you, lovely players, next Saturday for same bat time, same bat channel for the beginning, the premiere of Season 2 of Eberron. Yes, Trent.
Go watch Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Go. All right. Well, there you go. I mean, you've heard it.
And,
There it is.
well, now, yeah. All right.
Yes.
Bye, everybody. No,
Bye,
I had
everyone.
nothing. I had nothing. Until next week. Okay.
All right, everybody. that is going to be the deal with that. That was a ton of fun, as I suspected it would be. I wasn't sure whether we were going to get through this before we got them down to Sharn, but now we're actually they're on their way to get down there. So I'm excited about that. And again, Salvation will not be abandoned. There is going to be a new video. There's going to be, kind of a new setup for this, just because there is a new. These are new things that are part of the mix. But it's important to note that those things do not necessarily mean that we're not going to be back to Sharn again. To Salvation again in the future. But season 2 is really dedicated largely to the City of Towers. You're going to see a whole lot of stuff there that you did not see. So the sort of vaguely west kind of last frontier stuff is you're not going to get that as much during this section, but you're going to get a lot of political intrigue and a lot of stuff that really turns my crank. I'm a huge fan of it. And then you'll be able to move back in another direction if they return to Salvation. And the story is going to get bigger and bigger, and there's more going on, and there's all kinds of machinations and all that. So it's going to be good, and you will want to be here for it. But that, however, is going to do it for me. I am going to rise up on out of here. Now, remember, this is not the last tabletop play that we've got going on this weekend. Tomorrow, we have got Sound Clash the Clampdown coming at you with Brandon O'Brien as GM, so you'll not want to miss that. Tuesday, we have Psychonauts, because that is the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month. That'll be coming at you at noon Eastern, and also during that time will be the cover reveal for the Origins Anthology, the cover reveal, the title reveal, and the table of contents reveal of the Origins Anthology. That's going to be super exciting. You will not want to miss it. And then you will be able to see Marie and Edie Ebel during the Origins Spotlight, which will be later that day. Also, I will then be streaming over on GogCom's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels and with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And that evening, Tuesday evening, we'll be back with the Arvocalists playing some Planescape Torment with Darkside Rob and Little Red Dot and one Mr. Zach Clay. So it's going to be good times. You will not want to miss it. And remember, folks, mark your calendars for two things. First, mark your calendars for ArvCon, which is coming the last weekend of May. That is our big event to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. Make sure you got your charity money saved up. This is a very, very legit one. I'll talk more about Damon Runyon when we get closer, but definitely mark your calendars for that. And also, if you would not mind marking your calendars for May 31st, which is the release date of Greyshade, the novel which I've worked very hard on, which wonderful editors and proofreaders have done a lot of work on, and it looks spectacular. It looks so freaking good. I'm very proud of the book, and so you'll be able to see all of that with Greyshade is going to be coming your way, and that's going to be happening, as I say, May 31st, and then 2 weeks after that will be the Kickstarter launch for the second two books in that series, Renegade and Heretic, and the tabletop role-playing game, that being done by Alligator Alley Entertainment, plus an audiobook from one Mr. Trendane Sparks, plus some other surprises too. So it's going to be great. I am very, very excited. It's a big deal. It's kind of an important, very important project for me, and a very important project for all of the companies involved: Alligator Alley, Athos Arts, Tren, obviously other people that are in the mix here. So please make sure you're thinking about that, because because it's going to be good. It's a good. I'm proud of the book, and I think everyone will be proud, will really like the world, and will be a part of it. So, but I'm going to rise up on out of here. Please do not rise on out yourself yet, though, because it's not that late, and we have time for a raid, and I'm going to be excited to do that. So we're going to talk about that raid in a minute, but before I do that, please follow the channel if you haven't done so already. Please make sure to check out my YouTube, and again, thank you to everybody who has been subscribing to that. !ArvTube. We're now up to 1,015 subscribers at last check. I really appreciate that, because it shows continued support, not just we hit 1,000 and then everyone drops away immediately. I really appreciate that people have continued to sub. Eventually, that means the algorithm will pick it up, and that means we'll get some more in there, and that means I can monetize the YouTube channel, which I'm already doing right now. That's in the process of happening. I just have to wait for YouTube to go through the process, which can take up to 30 days. But that's going to be a big deal. It will help with Twitch and it'll just help with a bunch of stuff. So thank you for all of that. Thank you, Red Layer. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. So thank you for doing that. ! ARVTube there. ! ARVCord for my Discord channel. Definitely stop by and check out the Discord. Very excited about how well that's been doing. Really good community of people, many of whom are you over there. So please join us over there to hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Tons of different channels in there as well. And of course, the ! ARV tweets is my Twitter. Up to 1,209 followers actually over on my Twitter now. So definitely stop by for that, because you can see when I go live, and also I'll talk about things related to gaming and streaming and game mastering and writing and music and teaching and, sports and politics and, family and all that kind of good stuff. So that is, again, ! ARV tweets. Website is arvanelaron.com. Financially, ! ARV shop is my merchandise area. You can get all kinds of stuff from Infinity and Beyond, Adventures in Middle-earth, and soon to be the Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks campaign from Alligator Alley coming in June. So we've got that. We have ! ARV Treon. That's that Patreon sitting right there. 20 patrons, $201 per month, really is the financial backbone of the channel, and any support people can give there will really, really make a difference towards the channel. Allows me to get the lighting system, the camera that you're looking at, the video intros and all that stuff. A lot of that is covered through this. Plus it supports my writing too. So thank you everybody for those of you who have done this, and please consider doing it more if you wish. Yes, the Mysterious Pizza campaign. Pizza is not mysterious. It's just delicious. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, ! ARV Treon there. And then, of course, you can sub to the channel, which a couple of people did today. Subbing to the channel is really awesome, too. You get those custom sub badges and emotes, and you can use those everywhere across Twitch, and also get inspirations to help the players. And those inspirations will be of use coming soon, so do not forget about that. Last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, ! Icarus, my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, the award-winning graphic novel from Athos Arts, ! Library, Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, and as I said, ! Greyshade KS for details about the Greyshade Kickstarter, which I already talked about. ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. ! Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to support the people who are fighting against an illegitimate and illegal and just horrific war, and are doing so with bravery and courage. Let's see if we can help them out and help them continue to fight the good fight for democracy, which is really what they're doing in this particular case. And again, help all the millions of people that have been disrupted by this war. ! UKRAINE for that. Now, as I said, we are going to do a raid, and those are really simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch Raid, lowercase twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, the Arvanauts Have Landed, and then you've got Twitch Raid, Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, Arvanese, all the Arvanese. You can do all of that. If once you are brought over automagically, please stick around for the raid, and then after that, you can head on your merry way, wherever that ultimately might be. And yes, good call by Arudinel. That's 100% true by that link. So that is some good stuff. So definitely do that. And I think I see who we've got here. Yes, I do. I have raided this person before, and we're going to raid them again. So yes, definitely stick around. There we go. Just wanted to make sure I had that covered. Okay, good. So definitely stick around for the raid, and then I will see you lovely people, as I said, back here for some Soundclash The Clampdown tomorrow. Thank you to my wonderful mods, as always. Best in the business. Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rockod, Trifity Mats. Best in the business, as I've always said. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers, Arudinel, Dragonspear, and Patreon supporters. Arudinel, Dragonspear, Rockod, Trifity Mats, Configuration Queen, Crit Twitch, JLC, what's up, JLC? Live Suing, Prince Justin, Red Lear, Thordex, Mommy, Trendane, and Uncle Elias. Thank you all so much. Thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Action Shin. Thank you to Harlequin. Thank you to Maiden Sun. Thank you to Nonstop. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Shrimpy. Thank you to Sue Masha. The Geek Slider Show. Thank you to the Sparkly Wallflower, Wenchkin, and Yamickle. And special thanks today to my wonderful players. Thank you to Trendane, thank you to John, thank you to Jen, and thank you to Marie for being awesome. That's going to do it for me. Stick around for the raid, folks, and I will see all of you lovely folks Sunday night for a little bit of Soundclash The Clampdown with Brandon O'Brien and the Clash crew. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.